While hosting a family dinner, my father-in-law took my plate and said, "You eat after the men." I was shocked and reached for it, but my husband just shook his head. "It's tradition," he said quietly. The next day, I invited them to another dinner, and when they showed up, they learned exactly how I felt. My husband, Richard, and I had been married for 3 years. Our marriage wasn't bad, but I started noticing small things that bothered me. Richard wasn't abusive or mean, but around his family, he acted differently. His father, Paul, was old-fashioned, thinking men should be in charge. His mother, Carol, was quiet and never argued with him. His brother, Mark, was loud and thought women should stay in their place. Mark's wife, Anna, was sweet but always seemed tense, like she was waiting to be told to be quiet. I didn't grow up like that. My parents taught me that respect goes both ways, that marriage is a partnership, and that women aren't just there to serve men. I figured as long as Richard wasn't like his family, it wouldn't matter. But I was wrong. It was a normal Saturday, no holiday or special event, just a simple dinner at our house. I spent the whole day cooking, not because I had to, but because I liked it. I enjoyed making our home feel welcoming, and honestly, I wanted to impress them. I made roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, collard greens, and cornbread. Everything. I plated it all nicely, set the table, and lit a few candles. I was proud of how it looked. When everyone arrived, Paul made a comment about how Richard had lucked out with me, which was his way of saying, "Good job finding a wife who cooks and cleans." I smiled, used to it by now. We sat down, and I brought the plates to the table. I set mine down last, right in front of my seat, and was about to sit when Paul reached across and took my plate. He handed it to Mark, saying, "You eat after the men." I froze. I thought it had to be a joke, but when I looked around, Mark was already eating. Carol stared at her plate. Anna looked uncomfortable but kept quiet. And Richard? He just gave me a look, like he was saying, "Don't make a scene." Then he quietly said, "It's tradition." Something inside me snapped. I wasn't raised to be treated like an afterthought. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for permission to eat like a servant. But I knew if I reacted right then, they'd just say I was overreacting. So I stayed quiet. I didn't touch my food or get another plate. I just sat there, watching them eat. Richard laughed at something Mark said. Paul took seconds. Carol ate silently, as always. I let my anger build and started planning. The next morning, I sent out a text. "Dinner at our place again next Sunday, my treat." Richard was surprised. "Another dinner? You were pretty quiet last night." I smiled. "I just want to make sure your family knows how much I appreciate them." The following Sunday, I went all out. Prime rib, garlic butter shrimp, scalloped potatoes, homemade bread, roasted asparagus. The best meal I could make. When they arrived, the house smelled amazing. The table was set beautifully, and the food was hot. The men sat down first, just like last time. They picked up their forks, and that's when I made my move. I stood up, took their plates one by one, and handed them to the women, Carol, Anna, and me. "You eat after the women," I said calmly, just like Paul had. The room went silent. Paul's jaw tightened. Mark scoffed. Richard blinked and asked, "Babe, what are you doing?" I took a bite of my food and smiled. "It's tradition." Paul stood up. "We don't do things like this." I chewed slowly, smiled again. "Exactly." Mark looked angry. "This is stupid." "Oh," I raised an eyebrow. "It wasn't stupid last week." Anna, sweet Anna, let out the smallest laugh, which she quickly covered with a cough. But I noticed it, and for the first time she really looked at her husband. Carol, too, for the first time picked up her fork before Paul. She still looked nervous, but she did it. As for me, I took my time eating. The men sat there, uncomfortable and hungry. I wasn't done yet. When I finished, I leaned back, wiped my mouth, and said, "Since the women cooked, the men can do the dishes." The look on Paul's face was priceless. Mark thought I was joking, but when I didn't start clearing plates, he realized I wasn't. And Richard? He hesitated, then sighed, stood up, and started collecting plates. Just like that, the balance of power shifted. Later that night, after everyone left, Richard and I sat in the kitchen, the sink full of dishes. He was quiet, staring at the table. I leaned against the counter, waiting. Finally, he spoke. "What was that about?" I raised an eyebrow. "Dinner." He let out a short, humorless laugh. "You humiliated my dad." I tilted my head. "Did I?" Or did I just show him what it's like to be on the other side? Richard set his drink down a bit too hard. You made everyone uncomfortable. I shrugged. Good. His jaw tightened. I don't get why you had to make such a big deal out of it. That's when I lost it. I slammed my hand on the counter. Oh, so it was fine when your dad did that to me, but when I do the same thing, it's a problem. That's just how he is. No, I interrupted. That's how you let him be. That's how your mom lets him be. That's how your brother treats Anna. And I'm sure that's how he's raising his sons too. Richard flinched. I softened my voice but stayed firm. I'm not some submissive housewife, Richard. I'm your wife, your partner. And if you think I'm going to sit here and wait my turn like I'm less than you, you're wrong. He exhaled through his nose, rubbing his temples. You're making this bigger than it needs to be. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. No, I'm finally making it as big as it needs to be. The next morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing. It was Anna. Anna, are you awake? Me? Yeah, what's up? Can we talk? I looked over at Richard, still asleep, then slipped out of bed and went downstairs. I called her, and she answered right away. She hesitated. I wanted to thank you. I frowned. For what? For standing up to them, she said, her voice soft. For showing me I'm not crazy for thinking this isn't right. I sat down at the kitchen table. Anna, how bad is it? She took a shaky breath. I don't know. Mark's never hit me, but he talks to me like I'm a child. He tells me what to wear, what to cook, who I can see. If I try to stand up for myself, he says I'm overreacting and that I need to calm down. And his dad always backs him up. If I say something bothers me, Mark just says I'm being dramatic. My hands clenched into fists. And last night, she continued, her voice even softer. When you flipped the script, I saw Mark's face. He was mad, but not because it was unfair. It was because, for once, he wasn't in control. I swallowed. Anna, what do you want to do? There was silence. Then, barely above a whisper, I don't know. I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. You don't have to decide anything now, I said. But you deserve better. Just remember that. Okay. I could hear the crack in her voice, and I knew something had shifted for her too. I didn't expect him to call me, but 2 days later, my phone rang while I was at work. It was Paul. I stared at the screen for a moment before answering. Hello. Silence. Then a slow breath. You think you're clever, don't you? I leaned back in my chair, rubbing my temples. Paul, if this is about the dinner, this is about my son. I frowned. Excuse me. You embarrassed him in front of his family. You put ideas in his wife's head. You've been poisoning him against us since the day you married him. I almost laughed. Poisoning him? By wanting to be treated like a person. Don't act dumb, Paul. I know your type. Women like you don't want equality. You want control. You want to make my son weak. I raised him better than that. I took a deep breath and calmly said, Well, Paul, if you think your son is weak, maybe you should ask yourself who raised him that way. There was silence, then a low chuckle. You think you've won something here, he said. Let me tell you something, sweetheart. A woman who fights her husband's family doesn't stay married for long. And then he hung up. I sat there, staring at my phone, my heart pounding, not out of fear, but because I was furious. Paul had seriously underestimated me. He thought I was just some rebellious woman who needed to be put in her place. I scoffed. Like what? By smiling and nodding while he treats me like an unpaid maid? You don't get it, he snapped, his voice sharp. That's just how things work in my family. I looked at him, a sick feeling growing inside me. Is it? I asked coldly, because I don't remember agreeing to be part of a family where I'm treated like a second-class citizen. Richard groaned, rubbing his temples. God, you always do this. You always turn everything into a fight. I laughed, actually laughed. I turned things into a fight. I turned off the lamp and laid down, facing away from him. And for the first time since we married, I wondered if I had misjudged the man next to me. 2 days later, Anna called again. This time she wasn't crying. She was furious. I can't do it anymore, she whispered. I can't keep living like this. I sat up. Anna, what happened? He found the pamphlets, she said, her voice shaking. What pamphlets? She exhaled. I went to see a lawyer just to ask questions, just to see what my options were. But Mark must have gone through my purse. He found them last night. I felt sick. What did he do? He freaked out, she said. Started yelling about how I was humiliating him, how I was trying to ruin our family. He grabbed my phone and told me I wasn't leaving him ever. My stomach dropped. Did he hurt you? Silence. Then in the softest voice, he said, not yet. That was all I needed to hear. Anna, listen to me. You need to leave. I know, she whispered, but I don't know where to go. You come here, I said, without hesitation. Pack a bag, take your car, and get out before he comes home. She hesitated. But I don't care, I cut her off. You are not staying in that house one more night. She took a shaky breath. Okay. I hung up and immediately started preparing. I pulled out blankets, set up the guest room, and made sure everything would be ready for her. But just as I was about to call her back, Richard came in. Hey, he said, dropping his keys on the counter. Who was that? I hesitated. I never lied to him before, but this wasn't his business. Just Anna, I said, keeping my tone casual. Richard narrowed his eyes. What's going on with her? I shrugged. Just girl talk. He stared at me for a moment, then nodded, but I could feel something shift between us. I wasn't sure we could come back from it. Anna arrived 3 hours later. She was shaking as she pulled her suitcase inside, her eyes red from crying. I pulled her into a hug. You're safe now, I whispered. She nodded against me. I don't know what I'm going to do. We'll figure it out, I promised. I helped her settle in. She didn't eat much, just picked at her food, staring blankly. But just as we were about to go to bed, her phone rang. She looked at the screen, then froze. Mark, I snatched the phone from her hand and silenced it. A second later, Richard's phone rang from the bedroom. We froze. Then we heard voices outside. Anna turned pale. No. I peeked through the blinds. Mark was standing in our driveway, and Paul was with him. Ice ran through my veins. They knew, and they weren't leaving without a fight. Mark and Paul stood there, backlit by the porch light. Anna was shaking, clutching her shirt like it was the only thing keeping her grounded. Her phone buzzed again. Another call from Mark, then a text. Mark, come out now. I took a deep breath and turned to her. You don't have to do this. You don't owe him anything. She swallowed hard. If I don't go out there, he'll just keep coming. That's when Richard stepped into the room, still holding his ringing phone. He looked at Anna, then at me, his face twisted with realization. You knew, he said, his voice low. I didn't answer. He scoffed. You went behind my back. You didn't even tell me. I clenched my jaw. Because I knew you tried to stop me. Richard's nostrils flared. Mark is my brother. Don't you think I should have had a say in this? Your brother is scaring his wife so badly that she had to run in the middle of the night. I snapped. Do you really think I care about how it makes you feel? He didn't answer. Another knock came, harder this time. Anna, Mark's voice was calm, eerily calm. Come outside, let's talk. Anna shrank back, shaking her head. Then came Paul's voice. You're embarrassing yourself, girl, and embarrassing our family. You don't just walk out of a marriage. A new wave of rage swept through me. I turned to Richard. Are you going to let them do this here, in our house? Richard looked torn. Then, without saying a word, he went to the door. I stiffened. Richard, I said. He opened it. Mark and Paul stepped inside like they owned the place. Anna flinched as Mark walked toward her. You're being crazy, he said, his voice almost soft. Come home. Let's talk like adults. But I saw his fingers twitching at his sides, his eyes darting to Paul for approval. He wasn't here to talk. He was here to win. Anna shook her head. No. Mark's face hardened. He was getting angry. No, she repeated, her voice wavering but firm. I'm not coming back with you. Mark exhaled, trying to calm himself down, then turned to Richard. Tell her she's being ridiculous. Richard said nothing. Paul stepped in, glaring at me. You did this. I crossed my arms. Damn right, I did. His eyes darkened. You're ruining this family. I let out a cold laugh. No, Paul. I'm just showing everyone what's already broken. He stepped closer, his presence intimidating. But I didn't flinch. You have no idea what you've started, he said, his voice low. And that's when I snapped. I looked him dead in the eye. I started nothing. You did. The day you taught your sons that their wives were beneath them. The day you told your daughter-in-law she couldn't leave. The day you raised your son to confuse control with love. Paul's jaw tightened, his fists balled. Then Anna spoke. I'm filing for divorce. The words hit like a bomb. Mark turned to her, shocked. You don't mean that. Her lips trembled, but she spoke with strength. I do. Paul stepped forward, voice dangerously low. No woman in this family gets divorced. Anna lifted her chin. Then I guess I'm not part of this family anymore. Just like that, the power shifted. Paul couldn't believe it. His control was slipping. Mark looked like he'd been hit. Richard seemed to realize for the first time that maybe his father wasn't the man he thought he was. Then Paul did something no one expected. He turned to Richard. Get in the car. Richard blinked. What? Paul's face was red with fury. I won't let this woman poison you. We're leaving. My stomach dropped. Paul wasn't just trying to control Anna, he was trying to take Richard with him. And Richard hesitated. For one terrifying moment, I thought he might go. I saw it in his eyes, the years of conditioning, the pull to be a good son. But then, I'm not leaving. Paul froze. Mark looked as shocked as I felt. Richard squared his shoulders. You heard me, Dad. I'm not going. Paul's eyes burned with anger. Don't be stupid, boy. You walk away from us and you're done. No coming back. Richard took a slow breath, then looked at me. I'm staying with my wife. Paul stormed out. Mark followed, too stunned to say anything. He shot Anna one last angry look before the door slammed shut behind them, leaving only silence. Anna was crying, but this time, I knew it wasn't out of fear. I turned to Richard. Are you okay? I asked. He took a deep breath. I don't know. I understood he'd lost something tonight. A father, a brother. But maybe, just maybe, he gained something too. Anna filed for divorce. She moved into her own place, found a job, started therapy, and for the first time in years, she smiled without fear. Carol, unexpectedly, left Paul. One night, she packed a bag and disappeared. She reached out months later from a small apartment in another town. She was starting over. And Richard, he struggled. There were nights when he almost called his dad, when the weight of everything nearly crushed him. But he chose me. He chose us. Months later, one night, he sat beside me and whispered, I see it now. I didn't need to ask what he meant. I already knew. In that moment, I realized this wasn't just my victory. It was ours. And we were finally free.
I always thought the universe had a sense of humor, but on my 10th wedding anniversary, I discovered it has a sick one. The morning started perfectly. I woke up early to make Doug's favorite breakfast. Blueberry pancakes with real maple syrup, crispy bacon, and that fancy coffee he loves, the one that costs more than my first car payment. I'd been planning this day for weeks. Something smells amazing, Doug said, wrapping his arms around my waist as I flipped the last pancake. His chin rested on my shoulder, and I leaned back into him, savoring the familiar weight of his body against mine. Happy anniversary, I whispered, turning to kiss him. His lips tasted like toothpaste and home. Happy anniversary, Presley. He smiled that crooked smile that still made my stomach flutter after a decade. I can't believe you remembered the pancakes. I remember everything. I tapped his nose with my finger, including that you have that big meeting with Cooper today. I thought you might need brain food. We ate breakfast together at our little kitchen island, knees touching, planning our weekend getaway. Doug had booked a cabin in the mountains, the same one where he'd proposed. I'd already packed my bag, hiding the new lingerie beneath my hiking clothes. I have to run, he said, glancing at his watch. Dinner tonight? That Italian place you love? It's a date. I kissed him goodbye, tasting maple syrup and possibility. After he left, I cleaned up the kitchen, humming to myself. 10 years. A decade of building a life with my best friend. We'd weathered job changes, a miscarriage, his father's death. We'd bent, but never broken. I glanced at the clock. 11:30. Doug's meeting with Cooper would be wrapping up soon. On impulse, I decided to surprise him with lunch. I knew how stressed he'd been about this presentation, and I wanted to celebrate with him if it went well, or comfort him if it hadn't. I picked up sandwiches from that deli near his office, pastrami on rye with extra mustard for him, turkey and avocado for me. As I drove downtown, I called Rachel, my best friend since college. "How's the anniversary so far?" she asked. "Perfect. I'm surprising Doug with lunch. Want to meet us?" "Oh, I can't today," she said quickly. "I've got a thing." "A thing?" I laughed. Very specific. "You know how it is," she said. "Have fun with Doug. Tell him I said happy anniversary." I pulled into the parking garage of Doug's building, excitement bubbling in my chest. The security guard waved me through. I visited often enough that he knew me by name. "Hey, Mike," I called. "Is Doug in?" "Sure is, Mrs. Bryant. Been here all morning." I took the elevator to the 14th floor, balancing the bag of sandwiches and 2 iced teas. The receptionist wasn't at her desk, so I walked straight back to Doug's office. His door was closed, but I could hear voices inside. The meeting must be running long. I hesitated, not wanting to interrupt if Cooper was still there, but then I heard laughter, a woman's laughter, not the receptionist or Doug's assistant, a laugh I knew as well as my own. Rachel. My hand froze on the doorknob. Why would Rachel be in Doug's office when she'd just told me she had a thing? I stood there, heartbeat thundering in my ears, as a cold certainty washed over me. I knew before I opened the door. I knew, and still I turned the handle. The first thing I saw was Doug's bare back. The second was Rachel's manicured fingers, the ones I'd held while she cried over her divorce last year, digging into his shoulders. They didn't hear me. They didn't see me. They were too wrapped up in each other on Doug's desk, the desk I'd helped him pick out when he made partner. My body moved on autopilot. I set down the sandwiches. I pulled out my phone. I started recording. The video is 18 seconds long. 18 seconds of my husband and my best friend destroying 10 years of trust. 18 seconds that turned my life into before and after. I closed the door as quietly as I'd opened it. No dramatic confrontation. No screaming. Just the soft click of the latch and the weight of betrayal settling into my bones. In the elevator, a woman asked if I was okay. I must have looked like a ghost. "It's my anniversary," I said, and she smiled sympathetically, assuming my tears were happy ones. I drove home in a fog, muscle memory guiding me through traffic lights and stop signs. Inside our house, the house Doug and I had painted together, arguing over shades of blue for the bedroom, I sat on the edge of our bed and watched the video again, and again, and again. My hands shook as I pressed play for the 4th time. There they were, the 2 people I trusted most in the world, betraying me on the day that was supposed to celebrate love and commitment. I zoomed in on Rachel's face, contorted in pleasure. On Doug's hands, still wearing the wedding band I'd placed there a decade ago. Something cold and hard crystallized inside me. This wasn't just about sex. This was about lies, about making a fool of me, about breaking something precious and irreplaceable. As I stared at the frozen image on my phone screen, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. They would pay for this, both of them, and I would be the one to collect. I sat in our bedroom for hours, my phone battery draining as I watched the video on repeat. Each viewing should have numbed me. Instead, it only sharpened the pain, like a knife being honed against stone. The sun had set by the time my phone buzzed with Doug's text. "Running late. Meet at the restaurant at 8?" I stared at those casual words. How could he type something so normal when nothing would ever be normal again? I imagined him straightening his tie in his office bathroom, Rachel helping him smooth down his hair, both of them laughing about the wife waiting at home. "Sure," I replied. "See you there." See you. I showered mechanically, water scalding my skin as I scrubbed away tears. The anniversary dress I'd bought, a deep blue that Doug once said matched my eyes, hung on the closet door. I couldn't bear to touch it. Instead, I pulled on jeans and a sweater, clothes for a normal day, not the day my marriage died. My phone buzzed again. Rachel this time. How was the surprise lunch? The audacity stole my breath. She knew I'd planned to surprise Doug. She'd been there, on his desk, when I arrived. Was this some sick game to her? To see how close she could dance to the truth without getting caught? I left her message unanswered and drove to the restaurant in a fog. The maitre d' smiled when I gave Doug's name. Ah, yes, the anniversary dinner. Your husband is already seated. Doug stood when he saw me, his face lighting up with that smile I used to believe was only for me. He changed into a fresh shirt. Of course he had. Couldn't smell like another woman on our anniversary. There's my beautiful wife, he said, leaning in to kiss me. I turned my face at the last second, his lips grazing my cheek. If he noticed, he didn't show it. I ordered champagne, he said, gesturing to the bottle chilling beside our table. 10 years deserves the good stuff. I sat down, studying his face across the flickering candle. Did he look different? Was there some mark of betrayal I'd never noticed before? Or had he always been this person, and I'd been too blinded by love to see it? How is your meeting with Cooper? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. Good. Great, actually. Doug poured champagne into my glass. He's on board with the expansion plan. That's all you did today? The meeting with Cooper? He hesitated, just a microsecond. Yeah, why? No other meetings? No unexpected visitors? Another pause. Just the usual office stuff. Why are you asking? The waiter appeared to take our orders. Doug chose for both of us. He always did on special occasions. Usually I found it romantic. Tonight it felt like another form of control. Remember our first date? Doug asked after the waiter left. That terrible Chinese restaurant where the waiter spilled soup all over me? I remember, I said. You were wearing your blue shirt, the one Rachel helped you pick out. His smile faltered. Was it? I don't recall. Oh, I'm sure it was. Rachel remembers too. We were just talking about it the other day. Doug's fingers tightened around his champagne glass. You and Rachel talk about my shirts? We talk about everything. I met his eyes. Best friends do that. The food arrived, saving him from responding. I watched him cut into his steak, the same hands that had been all over Rachel hours earlier now wielding a knife with practiced precision. I went by your office today, I said suddenly. Doug's fork clattered against his plate. You did? Mm-hmm. Around lunchtime. I took a sip of champagne, letting the moment stretch. But you weren't there. I was probably in the conference room with Cooper. You should have texted. Should I have? I pulled out my phone, set it on the table. Is that what a wife is supposed to do? Text before visiting her husband's office? Give him time to, what, straighten his tie? Zip his pants? Doug's face drained of color. Presley, what are you talking about? I'm talking about you fucking my best friend on your desk on our anniversary. The couple at the next table glanced over. Doug leaned forward, voice low and urgent. Keep your voice down. You're making a scene. I'm making a scene? I laughed, the sound brittle even to my own ears. That's what you're worried about? Let's discuss this at home, he hissed. Not here. Why? Afraid someone might hear what kind of man you really are? You're upset, I get it, but you're jumping to conclusions. Am I? I picked up my phone, turned it toward him. Should I press play, Doug? Let you see what I saw? His eyes widened as understanding dawned. You recorded us? 18 seconds of my husband and my best friend betraying me. Want to watch it? Maybe the waiter would like to see too. Doug reached for my hand. I yanked it away. Presley, please. It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. I stood up, legs shaking. 10 years, Doug. 10 years of my life with a man who could look me in the eyes and lie without blinking. Sit down, he pleaded. Let me explain. There's nothing to explain. I saw you. I saw her. I grabbed my purse. Enjoy your anniversary dinner. I'm sure Rachel's available if you need company. I walked out of the restaurant with my head high, ignoring the curious stares. In the parking lot, my composure cracked. I slumped against my car, gulping in the cold night air. My phone buzzed with a text from Doug. Come home. We need to talk. Another notification appeared, Rachel calling. I declined, then blocked her number with trembling fingers. The drive home was a blur. I didn't cry. Something had hardened inside me, like amber preserving a moment in time. The moment I decided I wouldn't just walk away. They thought they knew me. sweet, trusting Presley who always saw the best in people. They had no idea what I was capable of. I pulled into our driveway and sat in the dark, formulating a plan. Doug would come home expecting tears, apologies, maybe even forgiveness. He would find none of those things. Thunder rolled outside our bedroom window, nature's percussion matching my stormy thoughts. I hadn't slept. How could I, knowing Doug would eventually come home to explain away his betrayal? I'd heard his key in the lock around midnight, his hesitant footsteps in the hallway, but he'd retreated to the guest room without confronting me. Coward. By morning, the rain was hammering against the roof in angry sheets. I dressed for work methodically, black pencil skirt, white blouse, armor for the battlefield my life had become. In the kitchen, I found Doug hunched over coffee, his eyes bloodshot. "Presley," he started, rising from his chair. "We need to talk." "I'm late for work." I poured coffee into my travel mug, my movements precise and controlled. "It's Saturday. Some of us have integrity about our commitments." I screwed the lid on tight. "Unlike others." Doug ran his hand through his hair, a gesture I once found endearing. Now it just reminded me of Rachel's fingers doing the same thing. "What you saw? It wasn't... If you say it wasn't what it looked like, I swear to God I will throw this scalding coffee in your face." He stepped back, eyes wide. "Good. Let him be afraid." "It was a mistake," he said finally. "A terrible, unforgivable mistake. But it was only once, I swear." I laughed, the sound sharp enough to cut glass. "Only once? Oh, well, that changes everything. Should we renew our vows now or wait until after breakfast?" "Presley, please." "Has she called you?" I asked suddenly. "Rachel, have you talked to her since I left the restaurant?" His hesitation told me everything. "Of course you have." I moved toward the door. "You two probably had a good laugh about your hysterical wife." "It's not like that." Doug blocked my path. "She's worried about you. We both are. Move." "Not until you listen." I set down my coffee, pulled out my phone, and dialed. "Hi, Mark, it's me. Can you come over? Doug won't let me leave the house." My voice broke convincingly. "I'm scared." Doug's face paled. "You called your brother?" "Jesus, Presley, I'm not keeping you prisoner." I ended the call. "Then move." He stepped aside, hands raised in surrender. "This isn't solving anything." "I'm not interested in solving anything," I said, retrieving my coffee. "I'm interested in surviving." I drove to work despite it being Saturday, needing somewhere to go that wasn't home. The office was quiet, just a few dedicated souls catching up on paperwork. I locked myself in my office and finally allowed myself to cry, quick, angry tears that I wiped away almost as soon as they fell. My phone buzzed with texts from Doug, from Mark asking if I was okay, and most infuriatingly, from Rachel. "We need to talk. Please. It's not what you think." I blocked her number again, wondering how she'd gotten through after I'd blocked her yesterday. Technology, like loyalty, apparently had its limits. A knock at my door made me jump. "Presley, you okay in there?" It was Layla, my closest work friend, peering in with concern. I thought I heard someone. I quickly wiped my eyes. "Just catching up on some reports." Layla stepped in, closing the door behind her. "On a Saturday? In yesterday's makeup?" She sat down across from me. "What happened?" Something about her direct gaze broke my composure. The story spilled out. The anniversary, the surprise lunch, the video, the disastrous dinner. "Oh, honey." Layla reached across the desk to squeeze my hand. "I've been exactly where you are." I blinked in surprise. "You have?" 3 years ago, Tom and his dental hygienist." She smiled grimly. "Such a cliché, right?" I didn't know. "We worked through it. Counseling, lots of tears, more anger than I knew I could feel." She shrugged. "It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but our marriage is stronger now." I stared at her, incredulous. "You forgave him?" "Eventually. Not right away." She leaned forward. "Look, I'm not saying that's your path, but don't make any decisions while you're still in shock." "I'm not in shock," I said. "I'm in hell." "That too." She squeezed my hand again. "Whatever you need, I'm here." After Layla left, I sat at my desk, turning her words over in my mind. Forgiveness? The very idea made my stomach turn. And yet, seeing her, strong, confident Layla, talk about working through betrayal made me wonder if I was overreacting. No. The image of Doug and Rachel flashed in my mind. This wasn't about sex. It was about trust, about respect, about 10 years of my life built on quicksand. My phone buzzed with a text from a number I didn't recognize. It's Mia. Rachel's a mess. She says there's more to the story. Can we meet? Mia, our mutual friend, always caught in the middle. I hesitated, then replied, Starbucks on 4th, 1 hour. I arrived early, choosing a table in the corner where I could watch the door. Mia rushed in 15 minutes late, her curly hair damp from the rain. Thanks for meeting me, she said, sliding into the chair across from me. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't. I stirred my untouched latte. What's this more to the story bullshit Rachel's feeding you? Mia fidgeted with her coffee sleeve. She says it was a one-time thing, that she was helping Doug plan your anniversary surprise and things. Escalated. My anniversary surprise was sex on his desk? I laughed bitterly. How thoughtful. She's devastated, Presley. She knows she betrayed you. Good. The thing is, Mia hesitated, I think there's something else going on, something neither of them is saying. I leaned forward. What do you mean? Rachel mentioned financial problems, something about Doug being in trouble. She shook her head. I don't know details, but she was crying about how she'd made everything worse. I sat back, processing this new information. Doug, in financial trouble. He handled our money, our investments, our future. Why would sleeping with my husband solve financial problems? I asked. I don't know. Mia looked miserable. I just thought you should know there might be more going on. As I drove home, rain lashing against my windshield, a new plan began forming in my mind. If Doug was hiding financial secrets alongside his infidelity, I needed to know. Before confronting him, before deciding anything, I needed the full picture. The betrayal had just become a puzzle, and I was very, very good at solving puzzles. The woman in the mirror wasn't me. She had my features, the same dark hair, the same blue eyes, but something fundamental had changed. 3 days of sleepless nights had hollowed her cheeks and darkened the skin beneath her eyes. But it was more than physical exhaustion. There was a hardness there, a calculation that hadn't existed before. I leaned closer, studying this new version of myself. Who are you becoming? I whispered. No answer came, just the distant sound of Doug moving around downstairs. We'd been circling each other like wary animals since Saturday, sleeping in separate rooms, communicating in terse texts about practical matters. I'll be late tonight. Leftovers in the fridge, bill payment due tomorrow. The charade of normalcy was almost more painful than the betrayal itself. I finished applying my makeup, armor for another day of pretending I wasn't falling apart, and headed downstairs. Doug was at the kitchen table, laptop open, brow furrowed. Morning, I said, my voice carefully neutral as I reached for the coffee pot. He startled, quickly closing his laptop. Hey, I didn't hear you come down. That small gesture, the guilty closing of his computer, confirmed what I'd begun to suspect after talking with Mia. Whatever was happening went beyond the affair. Plans today? I asked casually, stirring cream into my coffee. Just work. Meetings. He rubbed his temple. You? The usual. I leaned against the counter, studying him. The confident man I'd married looked diminished somehow, shoulders hunched under an invisible weight. Everything okay with the Anderson account? His eyes flickered to mine, surprise evident. Why do you ask? Just curious. You've been stressed about it. It's fine. Too quick, too dismissive. Everything's fine. I nodded, sipping my coffee. Good to hear. At the office, I closed my door and pulled out the notebook where I'd been documenting everything I could remember about our finances. Joint checking account at First National, investment portfolio managed by Westlake Partners, retirement accounts, the mortgage, all things Doug handled. I'd always trusted him with money matters. He was the financial whiz after all. Now that trust felt like another weapon he'd used against me. A knock interrupted my thoughts. Got a minute? It was Guillermo, one of our senior analysts. I need your signature on these reports. Sure, I gestured to the chair across from me. How's everything going with the Miller project? On track. He set the reports down, then hesitated. Are you okay, Presley? You seem different lately. I forced a smile. Just tired. Busy time of year. Guillermo studied me, his dark eyes kind, but penetrating. If you need anything, work-related or otherwise, I'm here. I appreciate that. After he left, I stared at the closed door, thinking about his offer. Guillermo had gone through a messy divorce last year. Maybe he could help navigate the financial labyrinth I was facing, but that would mean admitting my marriage was over. I wasn't ready for that. Not yet. My phone buzzed with a text from Mark. Lunch today? Need to talk to you. I met my brother at a deli near his office. Mark was already there, his expression grim as I slid into the booth across from him. You look like hell, he said by way of greeting. Thanks. You always know just what to say. He pushed a sandwich toward me. Turkey on rye, extra pickles. Eat. I took a bite to appease him, though food had lost its appeal days ago. What's so urgent? Mark leaned forward, lowering his voice. I ran into Rachel yesterday. My stomach clenched. And? She was a mess, Press. Crying, begging me to convince you to talk to her. Did she happen to explain why she was screwing my husband? Mark winced. She tried. Something about helping Doug with financial problems and things getting complicated. That's the story she's going with? I set down my sandwich. That she slept with my husband as some kind of... What? Financial aid? I'm just telling you what she said. Mark's eyes softened. Look, what they did is inexcusable. But you need to talk to Doug. Really talk, not just exchange cold shoulders and colder texts. Why? So he can lie to me again? So you can figure out what you want to do. Mark reached across the table, covering my hand with his. Are you filing for divorce? Trying to work it out? You need information to make those decisions. I pulled my hand away. I'm getting information, just not from them. Mark's eyebrows rose. What does that mean? It means I'm not as naive as everyone thinks. I stood up, suddenly needing to escape his concerned gaze. Thanks for lunch. Presley, wait. I have to get back to work. I spent the afternoon making calls to our bank, our investment firm, our accountant. Each conversation revealed another layer of deception. Accounts I didn't know about, withdrawals I couldn't explain, a second mortgage taken out 6 months ago. By 5 o'clock, I had a clearer picture, and it was uglier than I'd imagined. Doug hadn't just betrayed me emotionally, he'd put our financial future at risk. I was still processing this when my phone rang. Cooper James, Doug's business partner. Presley? Sorry to bother you, but is Doug with you? No, why? He missed our investor meeting, not answering his phone. It's not like him. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. When did you last hear from him? This morning. We were supposed to discuss... Cooper paused. Well, some discrepancies in the accounts. What kind of discrepancies? Another pause. I think that's something you should discuss with Doug. Cooper, I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. If my husband is in trouble, I need to know. The silence stretched so long I thought he'd hung up. There's money missing, he finally said. A lot of money. And the trail leads to Doug. After we hung up, I sat motionless, staring at the wall. The betrayal had just expanded exponentially. Not just an affair, but theft, embezzlement. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It's Rachel. Please don't block this number. There's something you need to know about Doug. He's not who you think he is. None of this is what you think. I stared at her message, anger and curiosity warring within me. Then I made a decision. Meet me at Lakeside Park, 7 p.m. Come alone. It was time to hear what my former best friend had to say. Not because I was ready to forgive, but because I needed every weapon I could get for the war ahead. Lakeside Park was nearly empty as dusk settled over the water. A few joggers circled the path, and an elderly couple fed ducks near the shore. I sat on a bench facing the lake, watching ripples distort my reflection into something unrecognizable, fitting since I barely knew myself anymore. The sound of hesitant footsteps made me look up. Rachel stood a few feet away, her usual confident posture replaced by something smaller, more uncertain. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her normally perfect makeup absent. "Thank you for meeting me," she said, her voice barely audible above the evening breeze. I didn't invite her to sit. Talk. She wrapped her arms around herself, as if cold, despite the mild evening. "I don't know where to start." "How about with why you were fucking my husband on our anniversary?" Rachel flinched. "I deserve that. I deserve worse." She took a shaky breath. "What happened between Doug and me? It wasn't planned. It wasn't an affair. I have video evidence that says otherwise." That was the first time. Her eyes met mine, pleading. The only time. And it happened because I was trying to help him fix the mess he'd created before you found out. I laughed bitterly. "So sleeping with him was what? A bonus service?" "It was a mistake. The biggest mistake of my life." She moved closer, though still keeping a safe distance. "But you need to know what Doug's involved in. It's bad, Presley. Really bad." "Cooper already told me about the missing money." Rachel shook her head. "It's more than that. Doug's been laundering money for some very dangerous people, the kind who don't forgive mistakes." The world seemed to tilt beneath me. "What are you talking about?" "He approached me 6 months ago, asking for legal advice." Rachel's voice dropped lower. "He was already in deep, gambling debts, bad investments. He borrowed money from the wrong people. And you, being such a good friend, decided to help him hide it from me?" My voice rose despite my effort to stay calm. "For 6 months? I thought I could fix it." Her composure cracked. "I thought if I helped him repay the money, you'd never have to know how close he came to losing everything. So you just lied to my face, day after day. To protect you. To protect him," I corrected. "And yourself." Rachel's shoulders slumped. "Maybe you're right. Maybe I was protecting all of us from the truth, that Doug isn't who we thought he was." A jogger passed, glancing curiously at our tense standoff. I waited until he was out of earshot before continuing. "Why should I believe anything you're saying?" Rachel reached into her purse and pulled out a thumb drive. "Because I brought proof. Financial records, emails, everything I've gathered over the past 6 months. It's all here." I stared at the small device she held out. "And the sex? Was that part of your protection plan too?" Her hand trembled. "That day in his office, he told me he couldn't pay the money back, that these people were threatening him, threatening you. I was trying to calm him down, figure out what to do next, and then—" She shook her head. "It just happened. One terrible, stupid moment of weakness. On our anniversary. The date still stung like salt in an open wound. I didn't know it was your anniversary until after when you called." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I hate myself for what I did to you. But right now, there's something more important than my guilt or your anger." "What could possibly be more important?" "Doug's missing." The words hit me like a physical blow. "What do you mean, missing?" "He's not answering calls or texts. Hasn't been to the office. His car is gone from the parking garage." Rachel held out the thumb drive again. "These people he owes money to, they don't send collection notices, Presley. They send messages, painful ones." I took the drive, my fingers numb. "You think they have him?" "I think he's running, and if he is, you might be in danger too." The drive home was a blur, Rachel's warnings echoing in my head. I kept checking my rearview mirror, suddenly paranoid about every car that stayed behind me for more than a few blocks. Our house was dark when I pulled into the driveway. I sat in the car, staring at the home Doug and I had built together, now just a shell containing broken promises and lies. My phone buzzed with a text from Mark. "Just checking in. You okay?" I started to type, "I'm fine," but stopped. The lie stuck in my throat. Nothing was fine. Nothing would ever be fine again. Instead, I called him. "Can you come over? I need help." 20 minutes later, Mark arrived with a bottle of whiskey and a determined expression. I led him to the kitchen table where I'd set up my laptop. "What's going on, Press?" he asked, pouring us each a generous drink. I inserted Rachel's thumb drive. "I'm about to find out how much trouble Doug is really in." The files opened like Pandora's box, spilling secrets across my screen. Bank transfers, emails with veiled threats, photos of Doug meeting with men I didn't recognize in parking garages and empty restaurants. "Jesus," Mark whispered, scrolling through the evidence. "This is serious, Presley. These aren't the kind of people you mess with." Apparently, they're exactly the kind of people Doug messes with. I took a long swallow of whiskey, welcoming the burn. And now he's disappeared. Mark's face hardened. "You need to go to the police." "With what? Evidence my husband's a criminal? That my best friend helped him hide it? That makes me look complicit." "It makes you look like a victim." I slammed my glass down. "I'm done being a victim." The doorbell rang, startling us both. Mark motioned for me to stay seated while he checked the peephole. "It's Layla," he called. I opened the door to find my colleague standing on my porch, her expression grave. "Sorry to show up unannounced," she said, "but I found something you need to see." She handed me a manila envelope. Inside was a photograph. Doug and another man in what looked like an intense conversation. "That was taken yesterday," Layla said. "At the airport." I stared at the image, my heart pounding. "How did you get this?" "My brother works security there." She hesitated. "Presley, the man with Doug. He's connected to some very dangerous people." The photograph trembled in my hand. "He's running." "Yes," Layla confirmed. "And based on what my brother overheard, he's not planning to come back." I looked from the photo to the computer screen still displaying evidence of Doug's crimes, and something inside me hardened into resolve. "Let him run," I said, my voice steady. "But he's not taking my life with him." The flames in my fireplace danced hypnotically, consuming old photographs. Doug and me on our honeymoon, at Christmas parties, on hiking trips. With each picture that blackened and curled, I felt a strange mixture of grief and liberation. "Are you sure about this?" Mark asked, watching from the doorway. "Some of those can't be replaced." "That's the point." I fed another memory to the fire, our wedding portrait. I don't want reminders of a life that was built on lies. It had been 3 days since Doug disappeared. 3 days of discovering just how thoroughly he'd betrayed me. Not just with Rachel, but with every decision he'd made over the past year. Our savings drained, our home equity leveraged, our future gambled away. Mark sat beside me, taking the stack of remaining photos. "Keep these," he said gently. "Not for Doug, for you. For the person you were, who loved honestly." I let him set them aside, too exhausted to argue. I hadn't slept more than a few hours since discovering the affair, and the weight of each new revelation pressed down on me like stones. "Have you decided what you're going to do?" Mark asked. "About Doug? Or the fact that he's left me holding the bag for his crimes?" "Both, I guess." I stared into the flames. "I filed a police report this morning. Reported him missing." I laughed bitterly. "Officer asked if he had any reason to leave. Where would I even start?" "Did you tell them about the money laundering?" I shook my head. "Not yet. I need to understand exactly what I'm dealing with first." The doorbell rang, interrupting our conversation. Mark went to answer it while I continued my ritual of destruction, feeding credit card statements and bank notices to the fire. "It's Guillermo," Mark called from the hallway. I quickly wiped my eyes, not wanting my colleague to see me falling apart. In the living room, Guillermo entered cautiously as if stepping into a minefield. "I hope I'm not intruding," he said, his accent more pronounced than usual. "I was worried when you didn't come to work today." "Just taking some personal time." I gestured to the chair across from me. "How did you know where I live?" "Company directory." He sat down, his dark eyes taking in the scene, the fire, the photos, my obvious distress. "Presley, what's happening? Is there anything I can do?" Something about his genuine concern cracked my carefully constructed facade. The story spilled out. Doug's betrayal, his criminal activities, his disappearance. So now I'm left with nothing but debt and potential criminal charges, I finished, my voice hollow. Guillermo leaned forward. You need a lawyer, a good one. I can't afford one. Doug made sure of that. I know someone. He pulled out his phone. My ex-wife tried to frame me for tax fraud during our divorce. This attorney saved me. As he made the call, arranging a meeting for the following morning, I studied him with new eyes. Guillermo had always been kind, professional, but this level of personal involvement surprised me. Why are you helping me? I asked after he hung up. His expression softened. Because I know what it's like to have your life destroyed by someone you trusted, and because... He hesitated. Because you deserve better than this. The simple kindness of his words hit me harder than any of the betrayals had. I turned away, not wanting him to see the tears threatening to fall. Thank you, I managed. After Guillermo left, promising to pick me up for the lawyer meeting, Mark gave me a knowing look. What? I demanded. Nothing, he smiled slightly. Just nice to see you have people in your corner. He's a colleague, that's all. If you say so. Mark checked his watch. I should go. Early meeting tomorrow. You don't have to babysit me. I'm not going to do anything stupid. Aren't you? He gestured to the fire. This revenge plan you're cooking up. Where does it end, Press? It ends with Doug facing consequences for once in his life. Mark sighed. Just be careful. Revenge has a way of burning the person who seeks it. After he left, I sat alone by the dying fire, turning his words over in my mind. Was this about justice, or was I just lashing out in pain? The line between the two had blurred beyond recognition. My phone buzzed with a text from Rachel. Need to talk. Cooper found something. It's urgent. I hesitated, then replied, I'm done talking. Her response came immediately. This isn't about me or Doug, it's about you. These people think you have their money. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cooling embers. What people? The ones Doug owes. They came to the office looking for him, asked about you. I stared at her message, fear crystallizing into something harder, colder. What did you tell them? That I didn't know where either of you were. Presley, they weren't asking nicely. I set the phone down, my hands shaking. This wasn't just about exposing Doug anymore. It wasn't even about revenge. It was about survival. The doorbell rang again, startling me. It was nearly midnight, too late for casual visitors. I approached cautiously, peering through the peephole. Layla stood on my porch, her expression urgent. Sorry for the late hour, she said when I opened the door, but you need to see this now. She thrust her phone at me. On the screen was a news article. Local businessman found unconscious after apparent assault. The businessman was Cooper. He's in the ICU, Layla said. Police are saying it was a robbery, but my brother's friend works hospital security. Cooper was beaten methodically, professionally. This wasn't random. I pulled her inside, locking the door behind her. Did he say anything before they hurt him? That's why I'm here. Layla's voice dropped. He regained consciousness briefly, asked for you, said something about a safe deposit box. What safe deposit box? I don't know. But whatever Doug was involved in, it's escalating. She gripped my arm. These people aren't playing games, Presley, and they think you know something. I sank onto the stairs, the reality of my situation crashing down on me. Doug hadn't just betrayed me emotionally, he'd left me in physical danger. I need to find that safe deposit box, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Before they do. Layla nodded. I'll help you, but we need to move fast. As I gathered my purse and keys, a new message appeared on my phone, from an unknown number. We know Doug ran. We know you have access to what's ours. You have 24 hours. No signature, no explanation needed. The clock was ticking. Morning light streamed through the bank's windows, catching dust motes and golden beams that seemed mockingly cheerful. I gripped the counter, forcing my voice to remain steady. I need to access my husband's safe deposit box. The bank manager, his nameplate read Timothy, smiled apologetically. I understand, Mrs. Bryant, but without your name on the account or your husband present, my husband is missing. I slid the police report across the counter. And I have reason to believe this box contains evidence relevant to his disappearance. Timothy examined the report, his smile fading. This is highly irregular. So is having dangerous criminals threaten you because your husband stole their money. I leaned closer. Please, I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. He hesitated, then nodded. Wait here. While he disappeared into a back office, I glanced at Layla, who stood by the door keeping watch. She gave me a subtle thumbs up. 20 minutes and several phone calls later, I followed Timothy into the vault. Rows of metal boxes lined the walls, each containing someone's secrets. He stopped at box 1742. I'll need to witness you opening it, he said, inserting his key. Bank policy. I nodded, turning my own key, found in Doug's desk drawer after hours of searching. The lock clicked, and Timothy pulled out a long metal container. I'll give you privacy to examine the contents, he said, setting it on a small table. But I'll be right outside. Once alone, I took a deep breath and lifted the lid. Inside lay a USB drive, a small notebook, and a manila envelope. I opened the envelope first, finding a stack of photographs, Doug with various men in suits, exchanging envelopes, shaking hands. Evidence of his criminal activities or insurance against his partners? The notebook contained dates, amounts, and initials, a record of transactions, perhaps. I pocketed everything, my heart racing. Whatever Doug had been involved in, he'd been careful to document it. Outside, Layla waited anxiously. Did you find anything? Maybe everything, I whispered, patting my purse. Let's go. We were halfway to the car when my phone rang. Rachel. Not now, I muttered, declining the call. It immediately rang again. This time I answered. What? They know you're at the bank. Rachel's voice was tight with fear. They're watching you. My steps faltered. How do you know that? Because they came to my office again. Said if you don't bring them what's in that box, they'll... Her voice broke. Presley, these aren't idle threats. I scanned the parking lot, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. Where are you now? Home. They said to tell you to bring everything to my place by noon. I checked my watch. 10:47. Who exactly is they? I don't know their names, but the one in charge, he has a scar across his left cheek. Doug called him Marcus. And you trust these people to just let us walk away once I hand everything over? Rachel's laugh was hollow. I don't trust anyone anymore, but I don't see another option. After hanging up, I turned to Layla. Change of plans. We need to go to my office first. Your office? Why? Because if I'm walking into a trap, I'm making copies of everything first. 30 minutes later, I stood in the empty copy room, duplicating every page of Doug's notebook while Layla kept watch. Guillermo appeared in the doorway, his expression concerned. Presley, I thought you were taking time off. I hesitated, then made a split-second decision. I need your help. Quickly, I explained the situation, the safe deposit box, Rachel's call, the noon deadline. This is insane, Guillermo said when I finished. You need to go to the police. With what? Evidence my husband is a criminal? That makes me look complicit. I shook my head. I need to know exactly what I'm dealing with first. Then I'm coming with you to Rachel's. Absolutely not. These people are dangerous. Exactly why you shouldn't go alone. His jaw set stubbornly. I'm not asking permission. I wanted to argue but didn't have time. Fine, but you stay in the car 2 blocks away. If I'm not out in 20 minutes, call this number. I scribbled Mark's number on a post-it. Tell him everything. At 11:55, I parked outside Rachel's townhouse. The street was quiet, too quiet for a weekday. No dog walkers, no delivery trucks, no signs of the normal suburban bustle. I don't like this, Guillermo said from the passenger seat. It feels wrong. None of this has felt right since I found my husband with my best friend. I checked my watch. 20 minutes, not a second longer. Be careful, he said as I got out. Whatever's in that box isn't worth your life. I nodded, unable to speak past the knot of fear in my throat. Rachel opened her door before I could knock, her face pale and drawn. You came? Not like I had a choice. I stepped inside, clutching my purse with its precious cargo. Where are they? Living room. I followed her through the familiar hallway. How many times had I walked this path as a friend, never imagining I'd return as a pawn in some criminal game. 2 men sat on Rachel's cream-colored sofa. One was tall and thin, with nervous hands that couldn't seem to stay still. The other was older, heavier, with a jagged scar cutting through his left eyebrow and down his cheek. Marcus. Mrs. Bryant, he said, rising. Thank you for joining us. Let's skip the pleasantries. I remained standing, keeping distance between us. I have what Doug took. I want guarantees that my friends and I will be left alone. Marcus smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. Of course, we're businessmen, not monsters. Businessmen don't put people in the ICU. Unfortunate what happened to Cooper. He shrugged. But necessary. He was uncooperative. My skin crawled at his casual dismissal of violence. I have everything from the safe deposit box. Once I confirm you'll leave us alone, it's yours. Show me. Slowly, I removed the USB drive and notebook from my purse. This is what you're looking for, right? Doug's insurance policy? Marcus's eyes narrowed. Insurance policy? The evidence he collected, names, dates, transactions. I held up the notebook. Everything he needed to bring you down if you ever turned on him. A flash of uncertainty crossed his face, the first genuine emotion I'd seen. Give me that. Not until I have your word, written and signed. The thin man laughed. You're in no position to make demands. Actually, I am. I pulled out my phone, showing them the screen. Because I'm recording this entire conversation, and if anything happens to me or anyone I care about, copies of everything go to the FBI. Marcus's face hardened. You're bluffing. Try me. I met his gaze steadily, though my heart hammered against my ribs. I have nothing left to lose. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then Marcus nodded to his companion, who produced a pen and paper. Write it, Marcus ordered. We agree to cease all contact with Presley Bryant and Associates in exchange for all materials related to Douglas Bryant's activities. As the thin man wrote, Rachel moved to stand beside me. I'm sorry, she whispered, for everything. I didn't look at her. Couldn't. This doesn't make us even. I know. The thin man slid the paper across the coffee table. I read it carefully, then nodded. The envelope, too, Marcus said, with the photos. I hesitated, then removed it from my purse. Everything's here. Our business is concluded. Marcus took the items, examining them briefly, before nodding to his companion. We're done here. As they moved toward the door, relief washed over me. We'd made it through. We were safe. Then Marcus paused, turning back with a cold smile. One more thing, Mrs. Bryant. Your husband... ex-husband, I corrected. Ex-husband, he amended. When you find him, and you will, tell him Marcus says hello. The door closed behind them, leaving Rachel and me in a silence heavy with unspoken words. It's over, she said finally. I shook my head, a strange calm settling over me. No. Now it's time for the real reckoning. The conference room hummed with tension as I arranged 8 chairs around the long table. Each place setting had a manila folder, a glass of water, and a name card, all identical except for what was written inside the folders. Are you sure about this? Guillermo asked, adjusting the projector screen at the front of the room. I've never been more sure of anything. I smoothed my black dress, not mourning attire, but armor for battle. They might not all come. They'll come. I checked my watch. Curiosity, if nothing else. The first to arrive was Mark, 15 minutes early as always. He hugged me tightly. You don't have to do this, you know. I do, actually. I gestured to his seat. For me. Layla arrived next, then Mia, both offering tentative smiles. Cooper came limping in, still bruised from his hospital stay, but determined to be present. Rachel slipped in quietly, taking the seat farthest from mine, her eyes downcast. At exactly 7 hours, the door opened one final time. Doug stood in the doorway, thinner than when I'd last seen him, dark circles under his eyes. He scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on me. "You found me," he said simply. "Wasn't hard. You're predictable." I gestured to the empty chair. "Your mother's cabin in Vermont? Really?" He sat down cautiously. "How did you know about Marcus?" "I know everything now." I moved to the front of the room. "That's why we're here." Once everyone was seated, I took a deep breath, steadying myself for what came next. "Thank you all for coming. Some of you know parts of what I'm about to share, none of you know all of it." I clicked the remote, and an image appeared on the screen, Doug and Rachel in his office. "This is where it started for me, 10 days ago, my anniversary." Doug flinched. Rachel stared at her hands. "But it actually started much earlier." I clicked to the next slide, bank statements, transaction records. About a year ago, when Doug began embezzling from his own company to cover gambling debts. Cooper sat up straighter, his bruised face hardening. When that wasn't enough, he borrowed from people who don't offer payment plans. Another click, the photos of Doug with Marcus. And when that went south, he started laundering money through client accounts. I moved through the evidence methodically, laying bare every deception, every betrayal. Doug's financial crimes, Rachel's complicity, the danger they'd put all of us in. "Inside your folders," I continued, "you'll find information specific to how these actions affected each of you. Cooper, the evidence clearing you of any involvement. Mark, documentation of the loan Doug took out in your name." One by one, they opened their folders. Expressions of shock, anger, and betrayal rippled around the table. "Why are you doing this?" Doug asked, his voice hollow. "Because secrets have power only in the dark." I met his gaze steadily. "And I'm done living in the shadow of yours." "So this is revenge," Rachel said quietly. "Public humiliation." "No, this is truth. What you do with it is up to you." I turned to the group. "Cooper has already agreed not to press charges if full restitution is made. I've liquidated our assets to cover what I can." "And Marcus?" Doug asked. "Did you give him the evidence?" "Copies, just like I gave copies to the FBI." I smiled thinly. Insurance works both ways. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then Mia spoke up. "What do you want from us, Presley?" "Nothing. This isn't about what I want from you. It's about what I'm giving you. The truth, and the freedom to choose what to do with it." I clicked to the final slide, a blank screen. My part in this story is over. I've filed for divorce. I've given statements to the authorities. I've made what amends I can for the damage Doug's actions caused. "And us?" Rachel asked, her voice barely audible. "Is there any way back from this?" I considered her question, feeling the weight of our history. College roommates, bridesmaids at each other's weddings, countless secrets shared over wine and tears. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Trust isn't just broken or fixed. Sometimes it's transformed into something else entirely." As the meeting disbanded, people moved in small groups, talking quietly, processing. Doug approached me last, his expression unreadable. "You could have just turned me in," he said. "Why go through all this?" "Because it wasn't just about you. It was about me, who I became when everything fell apart." I gathered my notes, not meeting his eyes. "And who I chose to be after." "And who is that?" I looked up then, seeing him clearly for perhaps the first time. Not the man I'd loved, nor the villain who'd betrayed me, but simply a flawed human who'd made terrible choices. Someone who doesn't need revenge to heal. I closed my laptop. Someone who understands that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. He nodded slowly, accepting the finality in my voice. "For what it's worth, I am sorry." "I know, but sorry doesn't change what happened. It just acknowledges it." After everyone left, Guillermo helped me clear the room. We worked in comfortable silence until he spoke. "Are you really okay?" I paused, considering the question. "Not yet, but I will be." Outside, the evening air was cool against my skin. Guillermo walked me to my car, his presence steady and undemanding. "What now?" he asked. I looked up at the emerging stars, bright points of light in the gathering darkness. Now I stop defining myself by what was done to me and start defining myself by what I choose to do next. "And what's that?" I smiled. A real smile, the first in what felt like forever. "I don't know yet, but for the first time in 10 days, in 10 years maybe, that uncertainty feels like freedom." As we stood there in the quiet parking lot, I realized something profound. The story I'd been living wasn't about betrayal after all. It was about reclamation, not of what I'd lost, but of who I'd always been beneath the roles of wife, friend, victim. Just Presley, broken, healing, and finally, irrevocably, my own.
The credit card statement stared back at me from my laptop screen, its total making my stomach lurch. $23,000. I blinked hard, hoping the number would change, but it remained stubbornly fixed. These weren't my charges. I hadn't spent a dime at the Golden Palace Casino, let alone multiple transactions totaling thousands. My name is Freya, and I've always been the responsible one, the one my family calls when they need money, advice, or someone to clean up their messes. But this was different. My phone buzzed. Mom's face lit up the screen, probably calling about the usual, "Terence needs help with rent," or "Dad's business is having another cash flow problem." I let it ring. "Girl, you look like you've seen a ghost," Natasha said, peering over my cubicle wall. Her dark curls fell forward as she leaned in closer to look at my screen. "Holy shit, Freya, that's not right." "Tell me about it." I scrolled through the transactions, each one making me feel sicker than the last. "I need to call the bank." "Do that now," Natasha insisted, pulling up a chair. "I'll cover for you with Roberts if he comes looking." The hold music played for 20 excruciating minutes before a customer service representative picked up. "Hi, I'm calling about some fraudulent charges on my card." As I explained the situation, the representative's voice grew concerned. "Ms. Murray, these charges were actually authorized with your PIN. Do you share your card with anyone?" "No, absolutely not." But even as I said it, a memory surfaced. Mom asking to borrow my card last month for emergency groceries. "There's something else," the representative continued. "There appears to be a credit line increase request submitted last week under your name." My hands started shaking. "I never requested that." Just then, my phone buzzed again. A text from Terence. "Hey sis, can you spot me $500? Just until payday. Promise I'll pay you back this time." I stared at the message, my vision blurring with tears of anger. This was the same brother who still owed me $3,000 from his last emergency. The brother Mom and Dad always said needed extra support because he was sensitive. "Freya." Natasha's voice was gentle. "What do you want to do?" Before I could answer, my phone rang again. Dad this time. I answered, my voice tight. "Hey, Dad." "Princess, your mother's been trying to reach you. We need to discuss something important. Would that something be the $23,000 charged to my credit card at a casino?" The silence on the other end was deafening. "Freya, honey, we can explain. Your brother's been going through a rough patch." "Stop." My voice came out stronger than I expected. "I'm calling the police." "No." Dad's voice cracked. "Please, we'll figure this out as a family. You know how fragile Terence is. This would destroy him." Natasha was watching me intently, her expression a mix of concern and encouragement. She mouthed the words, "Stay strong." "Dad, what about me? Did anyone think about how this would affect me? Of course we did, Princess, but you're the strong one. You always land on your feet. Terence, he needs protection. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Protection? From what? Consequences? Just come over for dinner tonight. Your mother's making your favorite lasagna. We can talk about this like adults. I glanced at the credit card statement again, then at Terence's text, still waiting for a response. My whole life flashed before me. All the times I'd said yes, all the times I'd helped, all the times I'd put my own dreams on hold to be the responsible one. No, Dad, not this time. Freya. I have to go. I have a fraud claim to file. I hung up before he could respond. Natasha squeezed my shoulder. That was badass. I think I'm going to throw up. No, you're not. You're going to file that fraud claim, and then we're going to figure out exactly what they've done. She pulled out her notebook. And then you're going to stop being everyone's ATM. My phone buzzed again. Mom, this time, with a text. Please don't do anything rash, sweetheart. Family protects family. I turned my phone off and looked at Natasha. You're right. But first, I need to check something else. If they used my credit card, what's stopping them from taking out other loans in my name? The look on Natasha's face told me she'd had the same thought. As I opened a new tab to check my credit report, I could feel my hands steadying, my shock giving way to determination. For the first time in my life, I wasn't going to protect my family. I was going to protect myself. Personal loan, $45,000, approved March 15th. I read the credit report entry out loud, my voice shaking. Car loan, $32,000, approved January 3rd. Each line felt like another punch to the gut. I never applied for any of these. Natasha and I had moved our investigation to her apartment after work. Empty takeout containers littered her coffee table as we dug deeper into the financial mess my family had created. How did they even get approved for these? Natasha asked, scrolling through the documents on her laptop. They had everything they needed. My social security number, birth certificate, all my personal information. I rubbed my temples. They're my parents. I trusted them with everything. My phone, which I'd turned back on, buzzed with another message from Terence. Come on, sis. Don't be like that. Just answer Mom and Dad's calls. Look at this, Natasha said, turning her laptop toward me. She'd pulled up my bank statements from the past year. These regular transfers to this account, is that Terence's? I leaned in closer. Yeah, that's his. Mom said he needed help with rent. My voice trailed off as I did the math. $5,000 a month? That's more than his entire rent should be. A knock at the door made us both jump. Natasha checked the peephole and then opened it, revealing Dean from work, carrying a stock of papers. I hope you don't mind, Natasha said. I called him. He used to work in financial crimes at his old bank. Dean set the papers down. I did some digging. Freya, this is bigger than just credit card fraud. These loans, they're using sophisticated identity theft techniques. Someone knew exactly what they were doing. My dad, I said quietly. He works in finance. He'd know how to do this. Dean sat down across from me. There's something else. I found multiple accounts at Golden Palace Casino under variations of your name. They've been active for months. My phone rang again. Mom. This time I answered and put it on speaker. Freya, please come home. We need to talk about this as a family. Like how you talked to me before taking out loans in my name. Your brother needed help. He was in trouble with some very dangerous people. We had no choice. I caught Dean's eye as he mouthed, "Record this." Natasha was already hitting record on her phone. "So you decided to steal my identity?" My voice was steady now, fueled by anger. "Don't be so dramatic. We're your parents. Everything we have is yours anyway. We just needed to help Terrence get back on his feet." By destroying my credit, by stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars in my name. "Keep your voice down," Mom hissed. "Your brother might hear you. He's very fragile right now." Dean was frantically writing something on a notepad. "Ask about the casino accounts." "Mom, what about the casino accounts in my name?" There was a long pause. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Golden Palace Casino. Multiple accounts. Ring any bells?" That's nothing for you to worry about. Your father has it under control." Natasha made a disgusted noise. Dean kept writing. "Get her to admit to the loans." "So you and Dad did take out those loans using my information?" "Of course we did. And you should be grateful. Do you know what would have happened to Terrence if we hadn't? Those gambling debts would have gotten him killed." I felt the blood drain from my face. Dean and Natasha exchanged looks. "Mom, you just admitted to committing identity theft. That's a federal crime. Don't you dare threaten me. I am your mother." "Not anymore." I hung up. The silence in the room was heavy. Dean broke it first. "Freya, you have enough evidence here for a solid case. That recording alone." "I found something else," Natasha interrupted, holding up a stack of mail she'd retrieved from her bag. "These fell out of your desk when you were moving stuff earlier. They're bank statements addressed to your apartment, but they're not yours." I grabbed the envelopes. They were indeed addressed to my apartment, but to T. Murray, Terrence. Inside were statement after statement showing massive casino withdrawals and overdraft fees. "He's been using my address," I whispered. "They've all been lying to me for months. Years, probably." Dean touched my arm gently. "You need to decide what you want to do. But whatever you decide, you need to protect yourself first." I looked at the evidence spread across the table. The loans, the credit card statements, the casino accounts, the recorded confession, and now these bank statements. Years of being the responsible one, the dependable one, the one who always cleaned up everyone else's messes, and this was how they repaid me. "I want to burn it all down," I said, surprising myself with the coldness in my voice. "I want them to face every single consequence of what they've done." Natasha squeezed my hand. "Then, let's make that happen." The bank manager's office felt too small, too warm. I sat across from her desk, watching as she reviewed the stack of documents I'd brought. "Ms. Murray," she said, looking up from the papers, "this is extensive. And you're saying none of these loans or accounts were authorized by you?" "No. My parents and brother used my information without my knowledge." She nodded, making notes. "We'll need to file formal fraud reports for each account. But first..." She pulled out a fresh document. "There's something you should see. Another loan application was submitted in your name yesterday." My hands clenched into fists. "They're still doing it?" "The application hasn't been processed yet. We flagged it due to the sudden high volume of credit requests. As we discussed the next steps, my phone vibrated. A text from Dean. "Terrence just walked into Golden Palace. Want me to follow?" I hadn't expected Dean to actually stake out the casino, but I texted back immediately. "Yes. Please." The bank manager was still talking. "And we'll need you to sign these forms to begin the investigation." 20 minutes later, I walked out with a thick folder of documentation. Dean was waiting in his car across the street. "You won't believe what I saw," he said as I got in. "Your brother's in there right now, throwing around hundreds like they're nothing. He's at the high-stakes poker table." "Take me there." The casino was gaudy, all flashing lights and electronic chimes. Dean led me to an observation area above the poker tables. There was Terence, surrounded by chips, laughing with a cocktail in his hand. "Would you like a drink, sir?" A waitress appeared beside us. "No, thank you." Dean started. "Yes," I interrupted. "I'll have whatever he's having." I pointed at Terence. Minutes later, I walked down to the poker table, drink in hand. Terence didn't notice me at first, too focused on his cards. "Hitting it big, little brother?" He looked up, his smile faltering for just a second before returning, broader and faker than before. "Freya, come to join the fun?" "Where'd you get the money, Terence?" He laughed, loud and hollow. "What are you, Mom?" "I'm working now, remember." "Really? Because last I heard, you needed to borrow $500 for rent." The other players were starting to look uncomfortable. Terence's smile became fixed. "Let's talk about this later, sis." "Let's talk about it now. Let's talk about the loans in my name, the credit cards, the casino accounts." Terence's face darkened. "You're making a scene. You're making a felony." He stood up abruptly, grabbing my arm and pulling me away from the table. Dean started forward, but I waved him back. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Terence hissed once we were in a quiet corner. "Me? You stole my identity." "I didn't steal anything. Mom and Dad handled all that. They're just trying to help me get back on my feet." "With my money? My credit?" He smirked, and in that moment, I saw him clearly for the first time. "Come on, Freya. We both know you're the responsible one, the successful one. You can handle this. I'm the one who needs help." "You need help, all right. Professional help. Don't act all high and mighty. You've always loved playing the martyr, haven't you? Perfect Freya, always sacrificing for the family." My phone buzzed. A text from Natasha. "Got the footage from the bank security cameras. Clear shots of your dad submitting the loan applications." Terence glanced at my phone. "What are you going to do? Turn us in? They're your parents, Freya. They'll never forgive you." "Maybe I'll never forgive them." He laughed again, but there was an edge to it now. "You know what's funny? Mom and Dad are so worried about you finding out, but I told them not to stress. I said, Freya will cave. She always does. She'll cry and yell, but in the end, she'll help us fix it. She always does." I took a slow sip of my drink, letting his words sink in. Then I pulled out my phone and dialed. "Who are you calling?" "The police." His smirk vanished. "You're bluffing." "Hello? Yes, I'd like to report multiple instances of identity theft and fraud. I'm at Golden Palace Casino, and one of the perpetrators is here right now, gambling with stolen money." Terence lunged for my phone, but Dean was suddenly there, stepping between us. "Don't," Dean said quietly. "You've done enough." Terence looked from Dean to me, his face contorting with rage. "You stupid bitch! You have no idea what you're doing." "Actually," I said, watching as 2 security guards approached, responding to Dean's signal. "For the first time in my life, I know exactly what I'm doing." The guards reached us just as Terence tried to run. As they detained him, I could hear him shouting, "Call Mom! Call Dad! Freya's lost her mind." But I wasn't listening anymore. I was already walking away, sending a group text to my parents. Terence is about to be arrested. Your turn is coming. I have everything documented. Dean fell into step beside me. You okay? No, I said, but I will be. The police station's fluorescent lights made everything look harsh and unreal. I sat in a hard plastic chair, watching through a window as Terence was processed. Mom and Dad hadn't arrived yet, but their frantic texts kept lighting up my phone. You need to eat something, Dean said, offering me a sandwich from the vending machine. I can't. Detective Rivera sat down across from us, spreading out photos of the bank surveillance footage. Your father is clearly visible in these images, submitting documents in your name. Combined with the recorded phone conversation with your mother, we have a solid case. My phone rang again. Dad. You should answer it, the detective said, nodding to her colleague to record the call. I put it on speaker. Hello? Freya. What have you done? Dad's voice was trembling. They're holding your brother like a common criminal. He is a criminal. So are you and Mom. We are your family. Everything we did was to protect... To protect Terence, I know, but who was protecting me? You're being selfish. Your brother could face jail time. Detective Rivera slid a notepad across the table. Ask about the latest loan application. Dad, why did you submit another loan application in my name yesterday? A pause. Who told you about that? The bank flagged it. Were you planning to steal even more money from me? It's not stealing when it's family. Terence needed... How much does he owe? I interrupted. The real amount, Dad. No more lies. Another pause, longer this time. Close to $500,000. Dean swore under his breath. Detective Rivera leaned forward. To who? I asked. Some people. Bad people. They were threatening him. So you decided to sacrifice my future instead? We had a plan! Once Terence won big at the casino, we'd pay everything back. You'd never even know. Never know that my own parents committed felony fraud? That you destroyed my credit? That you... A commotion in the hallway cut me off. Mom burst in, her face red and tear-streaked. How dare you! She screamed, lunging toward me. An officer stepped between us. After everything we've done for you. Everything you've done to me, I corrected, standing up. Where were you when I needed help with college? When I was working 3 jobs to pay my rent? You were too busy bailing out Terence. He's sensitive. He needs us. And I don't. You're strong. You can handle it. Not anymore. I turned to Detective Rivera. I want to press charges against all of them. Mom collapsed into a chair, sobbing. Dad's voice came through the phone, still on speaker. Princess, please, we can work this out. We're family. Family doesn't steal from family, Dean said quietly. Detective Rivera nodded to an officer. Mr. Murray, we need you to come down to the station immediately. I need to call our lawyer. That would be wise, the detective said. Mrs. Murray, please remain here. Mom looked up at me, her makeup streaked across her face. You're really doing this? To your own parents? You did this. All of you. Every time you chose Terence over me. Every time you stole from me. Every time you lied. We'll never forgive you for this, she spat. I know. My voice was steady. I'm counting on it. The detective led Mom to another room for questioning. Through the window, I could see Terence in his cell, head in his hands. Dean touched my shoulder. Want to get some air? Outside, the night air was cool on my face. My phone buzzed with a text from Natasha. Just saw the news. You okay? Need me to come down? No, I texted back. But maybe later. Wine and ice cream? Already bought both. You're staying with me tonight. No arguments. Dean leaned against the wall beside me. You know what happens next, right? This goes public. Court dates. Family drama splashed across local news. I know. Your parents could go to jail. I know that too. He studied my face. You're not backing down, are you? They made their choice. Every time they forged my signature, every time they took out another loan, every time they chose Terrence. I looked up at the stars, barely visible through the city lights. Now I'm making mine. Detective Rivera wants your statement. An officer called from the door. I straightened up, squaring my shoulders. Inside, I could hear Mom still crying, Dad's arrival creating another wave of drama, Terrence's demands to speak to a lawyer. The family I'd spent my whole life protecting was falling apart, but for the first time, I wasn't rushing to pick up the pieces. Ready? Dean asked. I nodded, turning back toward the station. Ready to tell the truth. All of it. The courthouse hallway buzzed with tension. 3 weeks had passed since that night at the police station, and now we were all here for the preliminary hearing. My parents sat on one bench, Terrence on another with his court-appointed lawyer. None of them would look at me. Remember, my lawyer whispered, let me do most of the talking. Only answer what's asked. Natasha squeezed my hand. Dean stood nearby, his presence steady and reassuring. A bailiff opened the courtroom doors. All rise! Inside, everything happened quickly. The charges were read. Identity theft, fraud, financial exploitation. My parents' lawyer tried to paint it as a family matter that got out of hand. Terrence's lawyer argued addiction as a mitigating factor. Then it was my turn to testify. Ms. Murray, the prosecutor began, please tell the court about when you first discovered the fraud. I described finding the credit card charges, the loans, the casino accounts. My voice stayed steady until I reached the part about my mother's phone call. And what did your mother say when you confronted her? She said I should be grateful, that I was the strong one, so I could handle it, that Terrence needed protection more than I did. Mom made a choked sound from her seat. Dad stared at his hands. And the total amount of fraudulent charges and loans? $487,235. The judge's eyebrows rose. Terrence shifted uncomfortably. Your Honor, my parents' lawyer interrupted. This is clearly a family matter that got out of hand. The Murray family has always been close-knit. Close-knit? I couldn't help myself. They stole $500,000 from me. Ms. Murray, the judge warned, please only speak when questioned. Sorry, Your Honor. Terrence's lawyer stood. Your Honor, my client has struggled with gambling addiction. He never intended— That's bull! I burst out again. He was bragging about it at the casino. He said I would cave, that I always cave. Ms. Murray. The judge's voice was sharp. One more outburst and you'll be held in contempt. My lawyer touched my arm, calming me. The prosecutor continued, presenting the bank footage, phone recordings, and documentation. With each piece of evidence, my family seemed to shrink further into themselves. During a brief recess, Terrence approached me in the hallway. Dean immediately stepped closer. Freya, Terrence said, his voice low. You can still stop this. We're blood. Blood doesn't steal from blood. Those people I owe money to, they're dangerous. If I go to jail— You should have thought about that before you gambled away $500,000 of my money. His face darkened. You think you're so perfect, don't you? Saint Freya, always doing the right thing. You're loving this, aren't you? Finally getting to punish us all? Loving this. I stepped closer, my voice shaking. I'm watching my family get charged with felonies. Mom might go to jail. Dad might lose his license. And you still think you're the victim here. I am the victim. I'm sick. I need help, not punishment. Then you should have asked for help. Real help, not stolen my identity and destroyed my life. Everything okay here? A bailiff approached, eyeing Terence. Fine, he muttered, backing away. Just fine. Back in the courtroom, the judge reviewed all the evidence before speaking. The evidence of systematic fraud is overwhelming. This wasn't a one-time mistake or a family emergency. This was a calculated, long-term scheme to exploit Ms. Murray's credit and identity. She turned to my parents. As her parents, you were supposed to protect her, not exploit her. Mom started crying again. Dad put his arm around her. Given the severity and duration of these crimes, I'm setting bail at $100,000 each. Mr. Terence Murray will remain in custody due to flight risk. Trial dates will be set for next month. The gavel struck. My parents' lawyer immediately began discussing payment plans. Terence was led away in handcuffs, shooting me a look of pure hatred. In the hallway, Mom approached me one last time. Are you happy now? She asked, her voice bitter. You've destroyed this family. No, Mom, you did that. Every time you chose him over me. Every time you stole from me. Every time you said I could handle it because I was strong. He's your brother. And I'm your daughter. Or I was. Dad tried to speak, but I turned away, walking toward Dean and Natasha. Behind me, I could hear Mom's sobs echoing through the courthouse halls. You did the right thing, Natasha said, hugging me. Then why does it feel so awful? Dean took my hand. Because you're a good person. Because despite everything they did, you still love them. Yeah, I said, watching as my parents were led away to process bail. I do, and that's the worst part of all of this. We walked out into the sunlight, leaving behind the family I'd lost by finally finding the strength to stand up for myself. You've got another letter, Natasha said, holding up an envelope with the jail's return address. Want me to add it to the pile? I nodded from my spot on her couch, where I'd been living for the past 2 weeks. The pile of unopened letters from Terence had grown to 12. Mom and Dad, out on bail, had switched from crying voicemails to angry texts to guilt-ridden emails. My phone buzzed. Dean. Turn on Channel 7 now. Natasha grabbed the remote. The local news was running a story about our case, in what prosecutors are calling one of the largest family fraud cases in the state. The victim's own parents allegedly... Victim, I muttered. I hate that word. The story cut to footage of my parents leaving the courthouse, then to an old family photo someone had dug up. We were all smiling at some long-ago birthday party. Terence was blowing out candles. I was standing in the background, always in the background. A knock at the door made us jump. Dean stood there with takeout bags. Thought you might need dinner after seeing that, he said. They made me look like some sort of tragic figure, I said, taking a container of pad thai. Poor Freya, betrayed by her family. You were betrayed, Natasha pointed out. I know, but... My phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Hello, is this Freya? A man's voice, unfamiliar. I'm calling about your brother's debt. My blood ran cold. Dean noticed my expression and moved closer. Who is this? Let's just say I'm one of the people your brother owes money to. A lot of money. That's not my problem. It is now. See, your brother promised he'd pay us back with his casino winnings, but now he's in jail, thanks to you. You should talk to his lawyer. The man laughed. We don't do lawyers. We do family, and your family. Are you threatening me? Dean grabbed my phone, putting it on speaker. Natasha was already dialing the police. Not threatening, just explaining the situation. Your brother owes us $200,000. We're willing to be reasonable. Pay us, and this all goes away. And if I don't? Then maybe those charges against your parents get worse. Maybe some new evidence appears. Maybe I report this call to the FBI. Dean cut in. Since you're adding extortion to illegal gambling. A pause. Who's this? Someone who's recording this call and tracing this number. The line went dead. Call Detective Rivera, Dean said to Natasha. Now! My hands were shaking. They found me. They actually found me. They're trying to scare you, Dean said, pulling me close. We won't let them. Detective Rivera arrived 30 minutes later with 2 other officers. We'll need to set up surveillance, she said, pacing Natasha's living room. And you'll need protection. I can't stay here, I said to Natasha. I'm putting you in danger. Don't even think about it, Natasha replied. We're in this together. She's right, Dean added. You're not alone anymore. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. These men came to our house. What have you done? Why can't you just help your brother? Detective Rivera read the text over my shoulder. We'll need to question your parents about their contact with these individuals. They'll never cooperate, I said. They'll protect Terrence until the end. Then they'll face additional charges. Another text came through, this time from Dad. Princess, please. These men are serious. Just pay them. We'll figure out the rest later. Still protecting him, I whispered. Even now. Dean took my hand. You don't have to answer them. Actually, Detective Rivera said, we might want her to, if we can get them to admit more about these men. My phone rang again, another unknown number. Detective Rivera nodded to her colleague to trace it. Hello, Freya? It was Terrence, calling from jail. You have to help me. These guys, they're not playing around. Neither am I. They'll hurt Mom and Dad. Don't you care? Of course I care, but I'm done fixing your messes. They know where you live, where you work, who your friends are. Detective Rivera was frantically writing notes, coordinating with someone on her radio. Is that a threat, Terrence? It's a warning. Family looks out for family. Family doesn't destroy family. You're destroying me! No, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. You did that all on your own. I hung up, looking at the room full of people who had my back. Really had my back. Not like my family had claimed to all these years. Okay, I said to Detective Rivera. What's our next move? For the first time in my life, I wasn't facing a crisis alone, and that made all the difference. The trial date arrived faster than I expected. The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters, their cameras flashing as we approached. Dean kept his arm around me, shielding me from their questions. Ms. Murray, how does it feel to testify against your own family? Did you know about your brother's gambling addiction? Are your parents going to prison? Inside, my parents sat with their lawyer, both looking older than I remembered. Mom had lost weight. Dad's hair had gone completely grey. They didn't look like criminals. They looked broken. Terence was brought in wearing an orange jumpsuit, handcuffs clinking. The past month in jail hadn't been kind to him. His eyes were hollow, his face gaunt. "All rise." The proceedings began with opening statements. The prosecutor laid out the evidence methodically: bank records, forged documents, recorded conversations. My parents' lawyer spoke about family loyalty and misguided love. Terence's lawyer emphasized addiction and mental health. Then they called me to testify. "Ms. Murray," the prosecutor began, "please tell the court about your relationship with your family before discovering the fraud. We were close, or I thought we were. I was always the one they counted on, the responsible one." "And how did they repay that trust?" "Objection," my parents' lawyer called out, leading the witness. "Sustained." The prosecutor rephrased. "What happened when you discovered the unauthorized loans?" I described everything: the credit card charges, the loans, the confrontations. As I spoke, I couldn't look at my family. I kept my eyes on Dean and Natasha in the gallery. "And the threatening calls?" the prosecutor asked. "They started after Terence was arrested. Men he owed money to, demanding I pay his debts." "Did your family support you during these threats?" "No. They told me to pay the men. To protect Terence." Again. During cross-examination, my parents' lawyer tried a different approach. "Isn't it true your parents only wanted to help their son? By destroying my life? By protecting their child from dangerous criminals?" "I'm their child too," the lawyer paused. "And haven't they always provided for you? Supported you?" "No. They supported Terence. I supported myself, and then they stole from me to support him more." Terence's lawyer was next. "Ms. Murray, are you aware of the nature of gambling addiction?" "Yes. I researched treatment programs for years, tried to get him help. He refused." "So you knew he was sick?" "Being sick doesn't give you the right to steal $500,000. A commotion erupted in the gallery. One of the men who'd threatened me had stood up. "You think this is over?" he shouted. "You think testifying fixes anything?" Security rushed toward him. More men stood up. 4, 5, 6 of them. "Your brother still owes us," another yelled. The judge banged her gavel. "Order! Clear the courtroom!" Dean vaulted over the barrier, reaching me before the guards did. Natasha was right behind him. They formed a human shield as chaos erupted. My mother's voice cut through the noise. "Just pay them, Freya! Please!" I turned to see her being led away by guards, still reaching toward me. Dad wouldn't look at me at all. Terence was laughing, actually laughing, as they rushed him out. "You see?" he called out. "You can't escape family, sis." Detective Rivera appeared with more officers, surrounding us as they cleared the courtroom. In the hallway, she turned to me. "We got them. All of them. Recording devices caught everything. We've been tracking these guys for months." "What?" "Your case helped us build a bigger one against an organized crime ring. Those men, they're going down too." I sagged against Dean, the adrenaline wearing off. The judge called us back in an hour later, the courtroom now heavily guarded. "In light of today's events," she announced, "and the overwhelming evidence presented, I'm prepared to rule." My parents stood with their lawyer. Terence was brought back in, no longer laughing. The defendants have not only committed serious financial crimes, but have continued to demonstrate a complete lack of remorse or understanding of their actions. Furthermore, their connection to known criminal elements presents a clear danger. She turned to my parents. 5 years each, with possibility of parole after 3, plus full restitution. Mom collapsed into Dad's arms. As for Terence Murray, given your prior record and the severity of these crimes, 10 years, no possibility of parole for 7. You can't do this, Terence shouted. Freya, tell them you forgive us. But I didn't. I couldn't. As they were led away, I stayed silent, holding on to Dean and Natasha's hands. Outside, reporters swarmed again, but Detective Rivera's team cleared a path. It's over, Dean said softly, but looking at my family being led to separate police vehicles, I knew it wasn't over. It was just different now. Permanently, irreversibly different. And somehow, I was okay with that. The last box from my parents' house sat unopened on my new apartment floor. Dean and Natasha lounged on the couch we'd just hauled up 3 flights of stairs, watching me stare at it. You don't have to open it today, Natasha said. Yes, I do. I cut through the tape. Inside were photo albums, childhood memorabilia, and a stack of letters tied with ribbon. Every birthday card I'd ever received from my parents. The doorbell rang. Detective Rivera stood there with a thick envelope. The restitution papers came through, she said, stepping inside. The courts seized your parents' assets and Terence's accounts. It won't cover everything, but it's a start. I nodded, still staring at the birthday cards. There's something else. She pulled out another document. The gambling ring we took down. There's a victims' compensation fund. You qualify for it. I don't want their money. Take it, she insisted. Use it to rebuild. That's the best revenge. Living well. My phone buzzed with a text from the prison chaplain. Your mother asked to see you again. Should I tell her the same thing? Still no. I typed back. Dean moved to sit beside me, picking up one of the photo albums. Look at this one, he said, pointing to a picture of teenage me at a science fair. First place ribbon. Were your parents there? No, they were at Terence's baseball game. Their loss, Natasha said, joining us. Because that girl grew up to be pretty amazing. Detective Rivera cleared her throat. The DA wanted me to tell you. Your testimony didn't just help your case. 3 other families have come forward about similar fraud schemes. You started something important. I didn't want to start anything. I just wanted to be valued. Dean finished. To be protected instead of being the protector. Yeah. I picked up a birthday card from when I turned 16. Inside, Mom had written, You're so strong, sweetheart. We're so lucky to have you. They were right about one thing, I said, ripping the card in half. I'm strong. Natasha grabbed a trash bag. Keep or toss? I looked at the pile of memories. Toss. All of it. As we filled the bag, my phone rang. An unknown number. My heart jumped, but Detective Rivera checked it. It's clear, she said. Not from the prison or any known associates. It was the bank. Ms. Murray, your credit restoration claim has been approved. All fraudulent accounts have been removed from your record. After I hung up, Dean pulled me close. That's worth celebrating. Actually, I said, I have a better idea. An hour later, we stood in front of Golden Palace Casino. The same doorman who had watched Terence gamble away stolen money nodded to us. You sure about this? Natasha asked. I walked straight to the high-stakes poker table where I'd confronted Terence. The dealer recognized me from the news. What's your game? He asked. Not gambling, I said, pulling out my phone. I dialed the prison chaplain's number. Hello? Tell my mother I'll see her. And tell her this, I'm at the casino right now, at Terrence's favorite table. But I'm not playing. I'm walking away. That's what strength really looks like. I hung up and turned to my friends. My real family now. Let's go home. Outside, the evening air was cool and clean. Detective Rivera's phone buzzed. They got the last one, she said. The final member of the gambling ring. It's really over now. No, I said, watching the casino lights flicker behind us. It's just beginning. Dean took my hand as we walked away. Natasha linked her arm through mine on the other side. You know what the best part is? I said. For the first time in my life, I don't feel responsible for anyone else's happiness, just my own. Speaking of happiness, Dean said, pulling me closer, how about dinner? I know this great little place. As long as it's not the restaurant your parents own, Natasha teased. God, no. He laughed. I learned from Freya. Sometimes the family you choose is better than the family you're born with. I stopped walking, looking at these people who had stood by me through everything. Dean with his unwavering support, Natasha with her fierce loyalty, even Detective Rivera with her dedication to justice. Thank you, I said, all of you, for helping me find my strength. You always had it, Natasha said. You just needed to use it for yourself instead of everyone else. We walked on into the evening, leaving behind the casino, the memories, and the weight of family obligations I'd carried for so long. Ahead lay something better, freedom, truth, and the kind of love that builds you up instead of tearing you down. I was finally, completely free.
I was supposed to be saying I do in 20 minutes. Instead, I stood frozen in the bridal suite, staring at a handwritten letter that had been slipped under my door. The paper trembled in my grip, each word a fresh wound. Stephanie, I'm so sorry. I can't keep lying to you. Stefan and I have been seeing each other for months. We never meant to hurt you, but we fell in love. He's too much of a coward to tell you himself. You deserve to know before you walk down that aisle. Reagan. My best friend since college, my maid of honor, the woman who'd helped me pick out this wedding dress that suddenly felt like it was suffocating me. Stephanie, your mom's asking if you need help with the veil. The wedding coordinator's voice came through the door, bright and oblivious. My voice cracked. I need a minute. The room spun around me, 3 bouquets of white peonies on the vanity, a champagne bottle sweating in its ice bucket, my veil draped over a chair like a ghost, everything exactly as it should be, except for the bomb that had just detonated in my hands. I sank onto the tufted ottoman, the beating of my dress digging into my thighs. Outside the window, I could see guests arriving, moving across the lawn of the estate we'd spent a year saving for. My father was greeting people at the entrance, smiling, completely unaware his daughter's life was imploding. My phone buzzed. Stefan. Where are you? Your mom said you're not answering the door. My stomach lurched. Was he actually going to go through with this? Stand at the altar and lie to my face? Or was he hoping to catch me before I saw the letter? I typed back with shaking fingers. Did you fuck my maid of honor? 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then nothing. That was my answer. A knock at the door made me jump. Stephanie? Honey? My mother's voice. Everyone's getting seated. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. If I opened that door, I'd have to tell her. I'd have to say the words out loud, and then this nightmare would be real. I'll be right there, I managed, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else. My phone buzzed again. Stefan. I can explain. Please don't do anything crazy. Let's talk. A hot tear splashed onto the screen, followed by another. Then something shifted inside me, like a match striking in a dark room. I wiped my face roughly with the back of my hand and stood up. In the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My carefully applied makeup was smudged, eyes red-rimmed and wild. I looked like a woman on the edge of something dangerous. I grabbed my phone and typed, "Where is she?" His response came immediately. Please, Steph, let me come to you. Where is she? Getting ready with the bridesmaids in the east wing. I moved without thinking, yanking open the door. My mother stood there, elegant in her navy dress, her expression shifting from impatience to alarm. Stephanie, what's wrong? You're a mess! I pushed past her, my dress rustling like angry whispers as I strode down the hallway. Guests turned to stare. Someone gasped. I didn't care. Honey, stop! My mother hurried after me. Whatever it is, Reagan is sleeping with Stefan. The words tasted like battery acid. Has been for months, apparently. My mother stopped dead. What? That can't? It can. It is. I kept walking, my destination clear in my mind. The East Wing lounge door was closed. I could hear laughter inside. My bridesmaids, oblivious, probably taking photos and sipping champagne. I threw the door open. 4 women in sage green dresses turned toward me, smiles freezing on their faces. Reagan stood by the window, phone in hand. When she saw me, all the color drained from her face. Everyone out, I said to the others, except you. I pointed at Reagan. No one moved. Now! They scattered like startled birds, throwing confused glances between us as they fled. The door clicked shut behind them. Reagan's throat bobbed as she swallowed. Stephanie, How long? My voice was deadly quiet. She looked at the floor. 7 months. 7 months. While she helped me choose invitations, while she threw my bridal shower, while she hugged me and told me how lucky Stefan was. Were you ever going to tell me, or just let me marry him? I told you now, didn't I? Her voice cracked. I couldn't let you go through with it. How noble of you. I stepped closer. After fucking my fiancé for over half a year, it wasn't supposed to happen. Tears spilled down her cheeks. We tried to stop so many times. Yet somehow, you kept falling into bed with him. I love him, she whispered, and he loves me. Something inside me snapped. Then you can have him. I reached behind my neck, struggling with the buttons of my dress. With a violent tug, I ripped the delicate fabric, not caring as I heard seams pop. I stepped out of the puddle of white satin and lace, standing before her in just my slip and heels. What are you doing? Reagan's eyes were wide with alarm. I shoved the ruined dress into her arms. Congratulations! The venue's paid for. The guests are here. You two deserve each other. Stephanie, please! But I was already walking out, past the stunned faces of guests, past my father calling my name, past everything I thought my life was supposed to be. Behind me, I heard Stefan's voice. Steph, wait. I didn't look back. I made it to the parking lot before my legs gave out. Sinking onto a decorative stone bench, I stared at the manicured grounds of the estate, the white chairs arranged in perfect rows, the flower-draped arch where I was supposed to be standing right now. The whole scene looked obscene in its perfection. Stephanie. I didn't turn. I knew that voice too well. Stefan jogged toward me, his bow tie askew, panic etched across his face. The face I'd woken up to for 3 years, the face I'd trusted completely. Don't, I said as he approached. Just don't. He stopped a few feet away, hands spread. Please, let me explain. Explain what? How you accidentally fell into my best friend? Repeatedly? For 7 months? My voice was eerily calm, even to my own ears. It wasn't like that. He ran his hand through his hair, a gesture I once found endearing. Now it made me want to scream. I tried to end it so many times. I swear I did. Yet here we are. I gestured to my slip and heels. Me in my underwear, you in your wedding suit, and Reagan probably trying on my dress, his face contorted. This isn't a joke. Do I look like I'm laughing? I stood up, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. Guests were starting to filter out of the venue, drawn by the commotion. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I never meant to hurt you, Stefan said, his voice dropping. I was going to tell you. When? After our honeymoon? On our anniversary? When exactly were you planning to mention you've been screwing my maid of honor? He flinched. I know you're angry. Angry doesn't begin to cover it. I laughed. a harsh sound that scraped my throat. I'm not just angry, Stefan. I'm disgusted. With you, with Reagan, but mostly with myself for being so blind. My mother pushed through the gathering crowd, my father trailing behind her. She draped her shawl around my shoulders. Come on, honey, let's get you somewhere private. I shrugged her off. No, I'm done hiding. I'm done being the last to know. Stefan stepped closer, lowering his voice. Please, Steph, not like this. Not in front of everyone. Why not? You had no problem lying to my face in front of everyone. You were ready to say vows you didn't mean, make promises you'd already broken. A flash of something. Guilt, shame, I couldn't tell, crossed his face. I did love you. I still do. That's worse, I said, my voice breaking. That makes it so much worse. Movement at the venue entrance caught my eye. Reagan stood there, still in her bridesmaid dress, watching us. Our eyes locked across the distance. For a moment, I saw a flicker of remorse on her face. Then she took a step toward Stefan, and something inside me hardened. You know what? I said, turning back to him. You two deserve each other. A liar and a traitor. Perfect match. That's not fair, he protested. Fair? I laughed again. You want to talk about fair? I spent the last year planning our life together while you were planning hookups with my best friend. I trusted both of you with everything. So don't you dare talk to me about fair. My father stepped forward, placing a protective hand on my shoulder. That's enough, Stefan. I think you should go. Stefan ignored him, his eyes fixed on me. Steph, please, can we just talk? Privately? There's nothing left to say. I turned away, but he grabbed my arm. Wait, there's something you don't know. My father shoved him back. She said that's enough. Stefan stumbled, his face flushing. This isn't just about me and Reagan. There's more to it. Like what? I demanded. He glanced around at the watching crowd, then leaned in. It's about your mother, and mine. I stared at him, uncomprehending. What are you talking about? My mother went rigid beside me. Stefan, don't. The warning in her voice made my skin prickle. I looked between them, suddenly aware of a current I couldn't understand. What about our mothers? I pressed. Stefan's expression hardened. Ask her. Ask her why Reagan hates your family so much. My mother grabbed my arm. We're leaving. Now. Mom? What is he talking about? She wouldn't meet my eyes. This isn't the time or place. When is the time? I pulled away from her. When were any of you planning to tell me the truth about anything? Stephanie, my father said gently. Let's go home. We can sort this out later. I looked back at Stefan, who stood watching me with a strange mix of defiance and regret. Behind him, Reagan had moved closer, hovering uncertainly at the edge of the scene. Fine, I said finally, but I'm not going with you. I need space. Where will you go? My mother asked, her voice tight with worry, or was it fear? I thought of the honeymoon suite at the hotel downtown. The one Stefan and I were supposed to spend tonight in. The one I'd filled with rose petals and champagne yesterday. Somewhere I can think, I said, alone. I walked toward the parking lot, aware of every eye on me, of the whispers following in my wake. My phone buzzed in my hand, a text from Terrell, one of Stefan's friends from work, who I'd only met a few times during wedding planning. I saw what happened. Need a ride? No strings, just help. I hesitated, then typed back, yes, back parking lot, and bring a jacket. As I waited, I glanced back one last time. Stefan and Reagan stood together now, their heads bent in conversation. My parents watched me, my mother's face a mask of anxiety. What was it Stefan had tried to tell me? What secret connected our families? Whatever it was, I was going to find out. And then they'd all learn what happens when you underestimate the bride. Tyrell's sleek black Audi pulled up beside me 5 minutes later. He leaned across to push open the passenger door, his expression carefully neutral. You okay? He asked as I slid in. I pulled my mother's shawl tighter around my shoulders. Define okay. He handed me a navy hoodie from the back seat. Better than standing in the parking lot in your slip. I tugged the hoodie on, grateful for its warmth and coverage. Thanks for this. I know you're Stefan's friend. Not today, I'm not. He pulled away from the curb, navigating past clusters of bewildered wedding guests. Where to? I hadn't thought that far ahead. My apartment was out. Stefan had a key. My parents' house was the last place I wanted to be right now. The Westlake Hotel, I decided. I already paid for the honeymoon suite. Might as well use it. Tyrell raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. We drove in silence for several minutes, the only sound the soft jazz playing through his speakers. Can I ask you something? I finally said. Shoot. Did you know about Stefan and Reagan? His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Not until recently. I overheard them arguing at his bachelor party last weekend. That's when I pieced it together. And you didn't think to tell me? I barely know you, Stephanie, and I thought... He sighed. I thought Stefan would do the right thing. I laughed bitterly. Guess you don't know him as well as you thought. Guess not. He glanced at me. For what it's worth, I think what they did was fucked up. That makes two of us. I stared out the window at the passing city, trying to process the surreal turn my life had taken. Stefan said something weird before I left, about my mother and his, and Reagan hating my family. Do you know anything about that? Tyrell shook his head. Sorry, Stefan never talked much about family stuff. My phone buzzed again, another text from Stefan. Please call me. This isn't just about us. You need to know the whole story. I switched my phone to silent and shoved it in the hoodie pocket. You don't have to stay at the hotel, you know, Tyrell said, as we approached downtown. My sister has a guest house she's not using. It's private. No one would look for you there. Thanks, but I need to face this mess sometime. Might as well start with the honeymoon suite. 20 minutes later, I stood in the doorway of a room designed for romance. Rose petals scattered across the king-sized bed. Champagne chilling in an ice bucket. A gift basket with massage oils and chocolate-covered strawberries. Jesus, Tyrell muttered behind me. Yeah. I stepped inside, kicking petals aside. Welcome to my personal hell. Want me to stay or call someone? I shook my head. I need to be alone. After he left, I sat on the edge of the bed, surrounded by the trappings of a celebration that would never happen. The numbness that had carried me through the past hour began to crack. Tears welled up, hot and unstoppable. I cried until my throat was raw, until my eyes burned, until I had nothing left. Then I stood up, went to the bathroom, and stared at my reflection. Mascara streaked down my cheeks, hair falling from its elaborate updo, eyes swollen and red. Enough, I told my reflection. Enough crying. I washed my face, then changed into the hotel robe. The plush white fabric felt like armor after the vulnerability of standing in my slip. My phone had accumulated a dozen missed calls and twice as many texts. I scrolled through them. My parents, bridesmaids, even my aunt from Florida. Nothing from Reagan. One more from Stefan. I'm coming to the hotel. We need to talk. A surge of panic shot through me. Of course he'd know where I was. I'd told him about the surprise honeymoon suite weeks ago. I couldn't face him. Not yet. Not here, surrounded by reminders of what should have been. I grabbed my phone and headed for the door, then stopped. Where would I go? In a hotel robe? With no money, no ID? A knock at the door made me freeze. Stephanie? It's me. Please open up. Not Stefan's voice. My mother's. I hesitated, then cracked the door. She stood alone in the hallway, clutching her purse, her face drawn with worry. Can I come in? I stepped back, letting her enter. She took in the rose petals, the champagne, her expression crumpling. Oh, honey. Don't, I warned. I've cried enough today. She nodded, perching awkwardly on the edge of the desk chair. Stefan's looking for you. I know. He wants to explain. Explain what? I crossed my arms. What did he mean about you and his mother? About Reagan hating our family? My mother's gaze dropped to her hands. It's complicated. Uncomplicate it. She sighed, suddenly looking older than her 55 years. Reagan's mother and I were friends once, best friends, like you and Reagan. We had a falling out over Stefan's father. The room seemed to tilt. What? Before I met your father, I was engaged to Antonio, Stefan's dad, but he left me for Reagan's mother, Diane. I sank onto the bed. You were engaged to Stefan's father? Yes, it was a long time ago. And you never thought to mention this? When I started dating Stefan? When we got engaged? It didn't seem relevant. It was ancient history. Ancient history that somehow led to my maid of honor sleeping with my fiancé. My voice rose. How is that not relevant? I didn't know Reagan knew, my mother said quietly. I never thought she'd… What? Take revenge? Destroy my relationship like her mother destroyed yours? My mother flinched. It wasn't that simple. Then explain it to me, I demanded. All of it. Before she could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Tyrell. Stefan just arrived at the hotel. Thought you should know. I showed my mother the screen. We need to go, now. She nodded, standing quickly. My car's out back. We can take the service elevator. As we slipped out of the room, I realized I was still in the hotel robe. No clothes, no shoes, nothing but my phone and the key card. It didn't matter. What mattered was getting answers, and staying one step ahead of Stefan. Because now I knew this wasn't just about betrayal. It was about secrets, family secrets, and I was going to uncover every last one of them. You can't keep running from this conversation, my mother said as we pulled away from the hotel. I sat beside her in the passenger seat, still wearing nothing but the hotel robe and the key card tucked into its pocket. I'm not running from the conversation. I'm running from Stefan. I stared out the window, watching the hotel shrink in the side mirror. And don't act like you're not the queen of avoiding difficult topics. 29 years and you never mentioned you were engaged to my fiancé's father? She flinched. It wasn't relevant until my best friend slept with my fiancé as some twisted form of generational revenge. I turned to face her. How long have you known Reagan was Diane's daughter? My mother's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. Since you introduced us at your college graduation? 6 years? I let out a disbelieving laugh. You've known for 6 years who she was and you said nothing. What was I supposed to say? By the way, honey, your new best friend is the daughter of the woman who stole my fiancé 30 years ago? Yes, exactly that. I slammed my hand against the dashboard. Instead, you smiled and hugged her and acted like everything was fine. I thought it was fine. She turned onto the highway, heading away from the city. Diane and I made our peace years ago. Antonio and I weren't meant to be. I realized that after I met your father. I never imagined Reagan would know about any of it, let alone care. Well, she clearly does. I rubbed my temples, trying to process this new reality. What happened between you and Diane? The full story, Mom. No more editing. She was quiet for so long I thought she might refuse to answer. Then she sighed. Antonio and I were engaged for 8 months. Diane was my maid of honor, just like Reagan was yours. The parallel made me wince. 2 weeks before the wedding, I found them together, in our bed. The echo of my own betrayal hung between us. They swore it was a one-time mistake, that they were drunk and it meant nothing. Her voice hardened. I believed them, forgave them. The wedding was still on until the day Antonio came to me and said he couldn't go through with it, that he'd fallen in love with Diane. And then what? I fell apart, moved back in with my parents, didn't leave the house for months. She glanced at me. Sound familiar? I'm not falling apart, I said automatically. No. A small, sad smile touched her lips. You're stronger than I was. We drove in silence for several minutes, the implications of her story settling over me like a heavy blanket. So Reagan knew all this? I finally asked. I don't know how she found out. Diane and I haven't spoken in years. She hesitated. But there's something else you should know. After Antonio left me, I did something I'm not proud of. A chill ran through me. What did you do? I was hurt, angry. I wanted to hurt them back. She swallowed hard. I told Antonio's family about Diane's past, things she'd confided in me that she never wanted anyone to know. What things? That's not my story to tell, not anymore. She shook her head. but it destroyed her relationship with his family. They never accepted her, even after she and Antonio married. I stared at my mother, this woman I thought I knew completely. You ruined her life because she stole your fiancé? I was young and heartbroken. I'm not proud of it. She turned onto a familiar road, the one leading to my childhood home. But I've always wondered if that's why Reagan did this. An eye for an eye. The pieces were starting to fit together, forming a picture I wasn't sure I wanted to see. So my relationship was collateral damage in a 30-year-old vendetta? I don't know, honey, maybe. Or maybe Reagan and Stefan really did fall for each other, and the past just made it easier for her to betray you. We pulled into my parents' driveway. The house looked exactly as it always had. The blue shutters, the hanging ferns on the porch, the wind chimes my father had hung years ago. A snapshot of normalcy that felt completely disconnected from the chaos of my life. I can't stay here, I said as she turned off the engine. Stefan knows this is the first place I'd go. Just for tonight, to regroup, get some real clothes. She touched my arm. Your father and I will help you figure this out. Inside, my father waited in the living room, pacing. When he saw me in the hotel robe, his face crumpled. Steph. He wrapped me in a hug that smelled of the cologne he'd worn my entire life. For a moment, I let myself be his little girl again, safe in his arms. Then I pulled away. I need clothes, and then I need answers. Your old room is just how you left it, he said. Take whatever you need. Upstairs, I found a pair of jeans and a sweater I'd left behind years ago. As I changed, my phone buzzed with a text from Terrell. Stefan left the hotel. Reagan was with him. They were arguing in the lobby. I texted back, "Thanks for the update. I'm at my parents' house, trying to figure out what to do next." His response came quickly. "Want backup? I know where Stefan keeps all his skeletons." I stared at the message, an idea forming. If this was about family secrets and old vendettas, then I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with. And who better to help me than someone with inside access to Stefan's life? "Yes," I typed. "Meet me tomorrow. I want to know everything." As I set my phone down, another text came through. From Reagan this time. "We need to talk. Alone. There's more to this story than you know, more than Stefan knows." I sat on my childhood bed, surrounded by remnants of a simpler time, debate trophies, prom photos, college pennants. The life I'd had before all this. What more could there possibly be? And did I even want to know? Yes, I did, because knowledge was power. And right now, I needed all the power I could get. "Tomorrow," I texted back to Reagan. "Noon. The cafe on Maple. Come alone." Whatever game they were playing, I was done being a pawn. From now on, I was making the moves. I arrived at the cafe 20 minutes early, choosing a corner table with my back to the wall. The place was busy enough to provide background noise, but not so crowded that we'd be overheard. Perfect for the conversation I was about to have. "Can I get you anything while you wait?" The server smiled, pen poised over her notepad. "Just coffee. Black." My stomach was too knotted for food. As I waited, I scrolled through the information Tyrell had texted me that morning. Details about Stefan's finances, his recent secretive meetings, even screenshots of text exchanges with Reagan. Nothing earth-shattering, but enough to confirm the timeline of their betrayal. 7 months of lies while I planned our wedding. The cafe door opened, and Reagan walked in. She'd traded her bridesmaid dress for jeans and an oversized sweater that made her look smaller, younger. Her eyes darted around until they found me. For a moment, I thought she might turn and flee. Then she squared her shoulders and approached. "Thanks for meeting me," she said, sliding into the seat across from mine. "I'm not here for pleasantries." I kept my voice level. "You said there's more to the story, so talk." She ordered a tea when the server returned, then waited until we were alone again. "I don't know where to start. How about with why? Why my fiancé? Was it just about getting back at my mother?" Reagan's eyes widened. "She told you? About her engagement to Antonio? About your mother stealing him? Yeah, she filled me in." I leaned forward. "What I don't understand is why you'd punish me for something that happened before either of us was born." It wasn't like that. She wrapped her hands around her mug. Not at first, anyway. Then what was it like? I didn't know who you were when we met in college. I swear. Her voice trembled slightly. My mom never talked about her past. It was only after I brought you home that first Thanksgiving break that she told me everything. Everything? About the affair with Antonio. About your mother's revenge. Her eyes hardened. Do you know what your mother did? The secrets she exposed? I shook my head. My mom had a child when she was 16, a baby she gave up for adoption. Reagan's voice dropped to a whisper. No one knew except your mother. They were best friends. She'd trusted her with that secret. The server returned with Reagan's tea. We sat in silence until she left. Your mother told Antonio's entire family, Reagan continued, conservative Catholic people who treated my mom like dirt for the next 30 years. They never accepted her, never stopped punishing her for a mistake she made as a teenager. I felt sick. That doesn't excuse what you did to me. No, it doesn't. She looked down. But it's why I didn't tell you who I was when I found out. I was angry at first, but then I liked you, Stephanie. You became my friend, my best friend. I decided the past didn't matter. Until you slept with Stefan. She flinched. That wasn't planned. We were working late on your wedding surprise, that video montage. Talking about you, about the wedding. One thing led to another. Spare me the details. I cut her off. You said there's more to this story than I know. Than Stefan knows. What did you mean? Reagan took a deep breath. The baby my mom gave up? She found him 5 years ago. They reconnected. And it's Terrell. The world seemed to tilt beneath me. What? Terrell is my half-brother, my mother's son. She met my eyes. Stefan doesn't know. No one does, except my mom and me. And now you. I sat back, stunned. Tyrell has been helping me, giving me information about Stefan, about you. I know. A sad smile crossed her face. He texted me last night, said he was playing both sides, trying to figure out what was really going on. Why would he do that? Because he's protective of me, even though we've only known each other a few years. But he also thinks what Stefan and I did was wrong. She shrugged. He's caught in the middle. Just like I was caught in the middle of a decades-old feud I'd known nothing about. There's one more thing, Reagan said quietly. Something I found in Stefan's email last month. You went through his email? I had a feeling he was hiding something. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through it, then pushed it across the table. Look, it was an email chain between Stefan and a real estate agent in Chicago. Plans for a new job, a new apartment. Dated 3 months ago, when our wedding planning was in full swing. He was planning to leave, I whispered, before any of this happened. I confronted him about it. He said he felt trapped, that he'd proposed because it seemed like the next logical step, but he wasn't ready. Her eyes filled with tears. That's when things escalated between us. I was angry, hurt for you. We argued, then you slept together. The pieces were falling into place. And kept sleeping together. I'm not proud of it. She wiped at her eyes. The letter, I wrote it the night before the wedding because I couldn't let you marry someone who didn't really want to be there, who was planning an escape route before you even walked down the aisle. I stared at the email, my vision blurring. Everything I thought I knew about my relationship, about my future, had been a lie. Stefan hadn't just betrayed me with Reagan. He'd been planning to abandon me anyway. Why are you telling me all this now? I asked. Because Stefan's spinning his own version of events, making it sound like this was all about family revenge. She reached for my hand, but I pulled away. And because, despite everything, you were my best friend for years, you deserve the truth. The truth? What a concept. My phone buzzed. A text from Tyrell. We need to talk. Stefan knows I've been helping you. Things are getting complicated. I looked up at Reagan, this woman I'd trusted with every secret, every insecurity, every dream. This woman who'd betrayed me in the worst possible way, yet was now offering me a truth no one else had. I have to go, I said, standing abruptly. Stephanie, wait. I need time to process all this. I grabbed my purse. And I need to talk to Tyrell. Her eyes widened. You can't tell him I told you. I don't owe you any promises. I turned to leave, then looked back. But thank you for the truth. It's more than anyone else has given me. As I walked out of the cafe, my phone buzzed again. A text from my mother. Stefan was just here looking for you. He says Reagan isn't telling you everything. Come home, please. The web of lies and secrets was growing more tangled by the hour, but one thing was becoming crystal clear. This wasn't just about a cheating fiancé anymore. This was about family, truth, and the stories we tell ourselves about the people we love. I met Tyrell at a small park 3 blocks from the cafe. He sat on a bench, hands jammed in his pockets, looking nothing like the confident man who'd rescued me from my wedding disaster. When he saw me approaching, he stood quickly. Thanks for coming, he said. Were you ever going to tell me? I asked without preamble. His expression shifted. Tell you what? That you're Reagan's half-brother, that this whole time you've been playing both sides. He exhaled slowly. She told you. Yes, along with the fact that Stefan was planning to leave me before any of this happened. I crossed my arms. So much for being on my side. I am on your side. He gestured to the bench. Can we sit, please? I hesitated, then sat, keeping distance between us. Explain. Yes, Reagan is my half-sister. I found my birth mother, our mother, 5 years ago. He stared at his hands. But that doesn't mean I condone what she and Stefan did. I've been trying to understand what's really going on, that's all. By feeding me information while reporting back to her, I haven't told her everything. He looked at me directly. I didn't tell her about the prenup, for instance. That stopped me cold. What prenup? The one Stefan had drawn up 3 weeks ago. It's heavily in his favor, protects his family's assets, limits what you'd get in a divorce. He pulled out his phone, showed me an email. I found it when I was going through his accounts for you. I stared at the document, nausea rising in my throat. He never mentioned a prenup. He was going to spring it on you right before the wedding, when you'd feel too committed to back out. Another betrayal, another lie. The hits kept coming, each one eroding what little faith I had left in my judgment. Why are you really helping me, Tyrell? What's your angle in all this? He was quiet for a moment. When I found my birth mother, I discovered this whole family I never knew I had. Reagan became important to me, but so did the truth. He sighed. When I realized what was happening between her and Stefan, I tried to stop it. Told her she was making a mistake. She wouldn't listen. So this is... what? Your attempt to make things right? Maybe. Or maybe I just hate seeing someone get screwed over by people who are supposed to love them. His voice hardened. I know what that feels like. Something in his tone made me believe him. What else haven't you told me? Stefan's been talking to your father, multiple calls over the past 2 days. My father? That made no sense. About what? I don't know, but they met this morning at your father's office. I tried to process this new information. My father and Stefan conspiring behind my back, after everything that had happened. There's more, Tyrell said quietly. Stefan knows about me, that I'm Reagan's brother. He confronted me last night, accused me of orchestrating this whole thing as some twisted family revenge plot. Are you? No. His eyes met mine, steady and clear. But he's paranoid now, convinced everyone's out to get him. He's talking about leaving town, taking Reagan with him. The thought of them running off together, after destroying my life, after all the lies, ignited something fierce inside me. Let them go, I said, surprising myself with how cold my voice sounded. They deserve each other. Is that really what you want? To just let them walk away? No. What I wanted was answers, accountability, some recognition of the pain they'd caused. My phone rang. My father. I let it go to voicemail. I need to think, I said, standing up. Figure out what to do next. Be careful, Stephanie. Stefan's desperate, and desperate people do stupid things. I nodded, turning to leave, when my phone buzzed with a text. From my mother. Come home now. Your father had a heart attack. We're at Memorial Hospital. The world tilted beneath me. I have to go. My dad... I couldn't finish the sentence. What happened? Tyrell was on his feet. Heart attack. He's at Memorial. I was already moving, fumbling for my car keys. I'll drive you, Tyrell said, taking the keys from my shaking hands. You're in no condition. The drive to the hospital passed in a blur. My mind raced with terrible possibilities. Was it serious? Would he be okay? Was it the stress of everything that had happened? In the hospital waiting room, I found my mother pacing, her face drawn with worry. Mom! I rushed to her. How is he? What happened? She gripped my arms. He's stable. They're running tests. Her eyes darted to Tyrell, then back to me. He collapsed during a meeting with Stefan. Stefan was with him when it happened? The coincidence seemed too convenient. Yes. Stefan called the ambulance, stayed until I got here. She lowered her voice. Stephanie, your father was trying to get Stefan to sign annulment papers, to protect you legally. Annulment papers? Since you never went through with the ceremony, your father wanted to make sure there were no legal complications. Stefan refused to sign. She glanced around nervously. They argued. That's when your father clutched his chest and fell. Cold anger washed over me. Where is Stefan now? He left about 20 minutes ago, said he had to meet someone. She squeezed my hand. Honey, forget about him. Focus on your father. But I couldn't forget. Not now. Not when Stefan's refusal to sign those papers might have contributed to my father's condition. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. This is Andres, your father's friend. I have information about Stefan you need to see. The documents your father was working on. Meet me at his office in an hour. Andres, my father's oldest friend and law partner. If he had the annulment papers. I need to go, I told my mother. Just for an hour. I'll be back. Stephanie, your father is stable. You said it yourself. I hugged her quickly. This is important, Mom. I need to finish what Dad started. As Tyrell and I headed for the exit, I spotted a familiar figure turning the corner ahead. Stefan. He hadn't left after all. He was still here, moving purposefully toward the hospital pharmacy. Change of plans, I said to Tyrell. I need to follow Stefan first. Because now I understood. This wasn't just about getting answers anymore. This was about protecting my family, and I was done letting Stefan call the shots. Stay back, I whispered to Tyrell as we followed Stefan through the hospital corridor. I don't want him to see us. Stefan moved with purpose, checking his phone every few steps. He bypassed the pharmacy and headed for the emergency exit at the end of the hall. Where is he going? Tyrell murmured. The answer came as Stefan pushed through the door into the parking garage. We hung back, watching through the small window as he approached a familiar figure waiting by a concrete pillar. Reagan. I need to hear what they're saying, I said, easing the door open just enough to slip through. We crept closer, ducking behind cars until we were close enough to hear their hushed conversation. Didn't sign, Stefan was saying. Then he collapsed. It was chaos. So what now? Reagan's voice was tense. We can't just leave. Why not? There's nothing keeping us here. He ran a hand through his hair. The annulment papers are still in his office. If we leave now... And go where, Stefan? With what money? I told you, my trust fund isn't accessible for another year. She crossed her arms. And I'm not running away like we did something wrong. We did do something wrong, his voice echoed in the concrete space. We hurt Stephanie. We lied to everyone, and now her father might die because of us. He's not going to die, Reagan said. Mom called. He's stable. Your mother called. Stefan looked stunned. Why would she? Because despite everything, she still cares about Monica, about what happens to her family. Reagan sighed. This has gone too far, Stefan. We need to end it. End what? Us? The lies, the running. She touched his arm. We need to face Stephanie. Tell her everything. She already knows everything. No, she doesn't. Reagan's voice dropped. She doesn't know about the baby. The world stopped. My ears rang. Baby? What baby? Stefan's face drained of color. You told me you weren't sure. I'm sure now. 8 weeks. She placed a hand on her stomach. I took the test yesterday. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a step backward, because suddenly they both turned, spotting me between the cars. Stephanie! Stefan's voice was barely audible. I stepped forward, my whole body trembling with rage and shock. A baby? You're having his baby? Reagan's eyes filled with tears. I was going to tell you. When? After you ran away together? After you destroyed what was left of my life? My voice rose with each word. Was any of it real? Our friendship? The years we spent sharing every secret, every dream? Of course it was real, she whispered. Then how could you do this? I gestured between them. How could either of you? Stefan stepped forward. Stephanie, I know you're hurt. Hurt? I laughed, a harsh sound that scraped my throat. Hurt doesn't begin to cover what I am. I'm gutted. I'm shattered. I'm standing here listening to the two people I trusted most plan their future while my father lies in a hospital bed because of you. That's not fair, Stefan protested. I called the ambulance. I stayed until your mother arrived, after refusing to sign papers that would have given me a clean break, after lying to my face for months, after planning to leave me even before you started sleeping with my best friend. I was shaking now, years of pent-up rage finding its target. You never loved me, either of you. That's not true, Reagan said. I loved you like a sister. Sisters don't do this to each other. I stepped closer, close enough to see the fear in her eyes. You knew exactly what you were doing, both of you. This wasn't some accident, some moment of weakness. This was a choice. Every text, every lie, every time you looked me in the eye and pretended everything was fine, those were all choices. Tyrell appeared at my side. Stephanie, your father is part of this too, I cut him off. Everyone keeping secrets. Everyone thinking they know what's best for me. I turned back to Stefan and Reagan. Well, I'm done being managed, done being lied to, done being the last to know about my own life. Stefan reached for me. Please, just listen. I slapped his hand away. No, you listen. I don't want your explanations or your excuses. I want you to sign those annulment papers. I want you both out of my life. And I want you to live with what you've done, not just to me, but to yourselves. Reagan was crying openly now. Steph, don't call me that. Don't call me anything. I backed away. You're having a baby with my fiancé. Congratulations. I hope you're both very happy. I turned to leave, but Stefan grabbed my arm. Wait, there's something you don't know. About your mother. About why all this happened. I yanked free. I know enough. My mother exposed your mother's secret. Reagan took revenge by sleeping with you. The cycle of hurt continues. I looked between them. But it stops with me. I refuse to be part of it anymore. It's not that simple, Stefan insisted. Your mother didn't just expose Diane's secret. I don't care. The words exploded from me. Whatever happened between our parents is their business. What you two did to me is yours, and how I respond is mine. My phone rang. My mother. I answered immediately. Stephanie, where are you? Your father's asking for you. I'm on my way, I said, relief washing through me. If he was asking for me, he was conscious, alive. I hung up and faced Stefan one last time. My father is awake. I'm going to him now. When I come back, I expect those papers to be signed and on his desk. I stepped closer, my voice dropping. Or I swear I will make sure everyone knows exactly what kind of people you really are. As I walked away, Reagan called after me. Stephanie, please. There's more you need to know. I kept walking, Tyrell at my side. Whatever more there was, whatever secrets still lurked in the shadows of our family's pasts, I was done chasing them. done letting them control me. Because in that moment, standing in that cold parking garage, facing the ruins of my old life, I finally understood what mattered. Not revenge, not the past, but the truth. My truth. And my truth was that I deserved better than all of them. My father's hospital room was quiet, except for the steady beep of monitors. He looked smaller somehow, propped against white pillows, an IV line snaking from his arm. But his eyes were clear and alert when I entered. "There she is," he said, his voice raspy but strong. "My runaway bride." "Dad." I rushed to his side, taking his hand. "How are you feeling?" "Like an elephant sat on my chest." He squeezed my fingers. "But the doctors say it was just a warning, minor damage. I'll be fine." My mother stood at the window, relief softening her face. "He needs to rest, but he insisted on seeing you first." "I need to tell her something," my father said, "before anyone else does." A chill ran through me. More secrets. Always more secrets. "What is it?" I asked. He glanced at my mother, who nodded slightly. "It's about Antonio, Stefan's father, and why I was so determined to get those annulment papers signed." I sank into the chair beside his bed. "I know about Mom and Antonio, about their engagement." "Yes, but there's more." He took a labored breath. "Antonio and I were business partners once, long before I met your mother. He cheated me out of everything, left me bankrupt." I stared at him. "What?" "When your mother and I started dating, she had no idea about my history with Antonio. By the time she told me about her past with him, we were already in love." He smiled faintly at my mother. It seemed like fate, both of us betrayed by the same man. "So, when I started dating Stefan, I was terrified history would repeat itself." His grip tightened on mine. "I should have told you, should have warned you, but I didn't want to taint your happiness with my old grudges." "That's why you pushed for the annulment papers," I said slowly. "Not just to protect me legally, but to sever any connection to Antonio's family." He nodded. "Stefan refused to sign. Said he wanted to talk to you first. That's when my chest." He gestured vaguely. My mother moved to his side. "That's enough for now. You need to rest." "No." I stood up. "I need to know everything. All of it. No more half-truths." My father sighed. "Antonio's company is in trouble. Has been for months. When Stefan announced your engagement, Antonio approached me about a merger. I refused." "A merger?" I felt sick. Was that why Stefan proposed? For a business deal? "I don't know," my father admitted. But when I confronted him with the annulment papers, he mentioned the merger again. Said it could still happen, even without the marriage. The pieces clicked into place. Stefan's secret plans to leave, the prenup, his desperation to talk to me, even after being caught with Reagan. "It was never about me," I whispered. "Any of it." My mother touched my shoulder. "I'm so sorry, honey." I shook my head, a strange calm settling over me. "Don't be. I needed to know." I leaned down to kiss my father's forehead. "Rest now. I'll be back soon." "Where are you going?" my mother asked as I headed for the door. "To finish this, once and for all." I found Andres, my father's law partner, waiting in the hospital lobby. He handed me a manila envelope. "The annulment papers, and something else your father wanted you to have." Inside was a USB drive labeled Mitchell-Harper Merger Proposal. "Thank you." I tucked it into my purse. "I know exactly what to do with this." I drove to my father's office alone, having sent Tyrell home. This final confrontation needed to be mine alone. Stefan was waiting in the conference room, just as I'd texted him to be. No sign of Reagan. "Where's your partner in crime?" I asked, setting my purse on the table. "She went home." He looked exhausted, his perfect facade finally cracking. "I told her I needed to do this alone." "Do what exactly?" "Explain. Apologize." He pushed a document across the table, the signed annulment papers. "Give you this." I glanced at his signature, then back at him. "Why the change of heart?" "Your father almost died today. Because of me." He swallowed hard. "I never wanted that. Any of it." "But you wanted my father's company." I pulled out the USB drive. That's why you proposed, isn't it? To secure the merger your father wanted. His eyes widened. How did you... It doesn't matter. I placed the drive between us. What matters is that I finally see you clearly. All of you. The lies, the manipulation, the games. It wasn't all a lie, he said quietly. I did care for you. Just not enough to be honest. Not enough to be faithful. I picked up the annulment papers. Not enough to choose me over your father's business interests or my best friend's bed. He flinched. What can I say that would make any difference now? Nothing. I stood up. But I can say something that might make a difference to you. I leaned across the table, my voice steady. I forgive you. Confusion crossed his face. What? Not for your sake, but for mine. I forgive you for being weak, selfish, and dishonest. I forgive Reagan for betraying our friendship. I forgive my parents for hiding the truth. I straightened up. Because I refuse to carry this weight any further. I refuse to let your actions define my future. Stephanie, I'm not finished. I held up a hand. I forgive you, but I will never forget. And neither will anyone else. I pulled out my phone, showing him the screen. An email draft with the merger documents attached, addressed to every major business publication in the city. Unless you and your father withdraw the merger proposal completely, everyone will know how you tried to manipulate my family, how you used me. I smiled thinly. Your choice. His face drained of color. You wouldn't. The old Stephanie wouldn't have. The woman who needed everyone's approval, who avoided conflict at all costs. I tucked my phone away. But I'm not her anymore. I gathered the annulment papers and headed for the door. At the threshold, I paused and looked back at him. This man I'd once believed was my future. Goodbye, Stefan. I hope your child never learns what you were willing to sacrifice for a business deal. As I walked through the empty office, past the darkened cubicles and silent conference rooms, a weight lifted from my shoulders. The betrayal would always be part of my story, but it wouldn't be the whole story, not anymore. Outside, the night air was cool against my skin. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with possibility. For the first time since finding that letter on my wedding day, I felt truly free. Not because I'd won or because I'd made them pay, but because I'd finally claimed the one thing no one could take from me, the truth of who I was and who I wanted to be. Some people spend their whole lives running from pain. I'd walked straight through mine and come out stronger on the other side.
I stood on the beach, watching the waves crash against the shore, feeling the weight of my wedding dress in the garment bag slung over my shoulder. Tomorrow, I'd walk down the aisle and marry Kylan, the man who taught me to trust again after years of building walls around my heart. This is really happening, I whispered to myself, digging my toes into the warm sand. The sunset painted everything gold, the perfect backdrop for my last evening as Daisy Moore, soon to be Daisy Montgomery. My phone buzzed, probably Mom with another last-minute question about the seating chart. I pulled it out, squinting at the screen. Unknown number. You should see what your best friend and fiancé are doing right now. Check the boat dock behind Pelican's Rest. My stomach dropped. I read it again, telling myself it was just a cruel prank, someone trying to ruin my happiness. I should delete it and enjoy my peaceful moment. Instead, I found myself walking toward Pelican's Rest, the upscale restaurant where we'd had our engagement party. My heart hammered against my ribs with each step. The rational part of my brain screamed to turn around. Kylan loved me. Alina had been my best friend since college. She was my maid of honor, for God's sake. But something pulled me forward. Maybe the same instinct that had warned me about my ex before I caught him cheating. The instinct I'd promised myself I'd never ignore again. The wooden docks stretched out into the water behind the restaurant. I slowed my pace, staying in the shadow of the palm trees. A few boats were moored there, gently bobbing in the evening tide. And at the very end, Kylan's boat, the Daisy Chain, named for me on our first anniversary. I moved closer, my wedding dress bag now feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Through the cabin windows, I could see movement. Someone with long dark hair, Alina's hair, throwing her head back in laughter. And then Kylan came into view, his hand caressing her face in that gentle way I thought was reserved for me. My breath caught in my throat. I fumbled with my phone, opening the camera app with trembling fingers. I needed proof. Something to look at later when I inevitably questioned whether I'd imagined the whole thing. I zoomed in just as Alina reached for something white and flowing. My wedding dress, the one I'd spent months selecting, that was supposed to be safely locked away at her apartment until tomorrow. She held it against her body, twirling as Kylan watched with an expression I recognized all too well. Adoration. The photo I took was crystal clear. Alina in my wedding dress, Kylan's hands on her waist, both of them smiling like they were the ones getting married tomorrow. I backed away, nearly tripping over a coil of rope. The garment bag slipped from my shoulder, hitting the dock with a soft thud. I left it there. What was the point of a backup dress now? Back on the beach, I collapsed onto the sand, my legs unable to carry me any further. The sun had disappeared, leaving everything in shadow. How fitting. My phone buzzed again. Unknown number. Now you know. Who are you? I typed back with shaking fingers. Unknown number. Someone who thinks you deserve better. Check your email. I opened my inbox to find a message with no text, just an audio file. I pressed play, holding the phone to my ear. I can't believe she hasn't figured it out. Alina's voice, clear as day. Daisy's always been so trusting. It's almost too easy. Don't talk about her like that. Kylan, sounding irritated. This isn't about Daisy. Of course it is. It's always been about Daisy. Perfect Daisy with her perfect life that should have been mine. Alina, don't Alina me. You know I'm right. We've been sneaking around for months. If you really felt that bad about it, you would have called off the wedding. I will, after the investors sign on. You know I need this merger with her father's company. Once the contracts are final, then what? We run away together? Please, you're using me just like you're using her. That's not true. I love you. I've always loved you. A pause, then Alina's laugh, sharp, like breaking glass. Prove it. Marry me instead. I stopped the recording, bile rising in my throat. The merger. Of course. Dad had been thrilled when Kylan proposed, saying it would cement the partnership between our family's businesses. I'd been so stupidly happy that I never questioned Kylan's timing. And Alina, my best friend since freshman year, the person who'd helped me pick out my wedding dress, who'd held my hair back when I got food poisoning last month, who'd been sleeping with my fiancé behind my back. I scrolled through my phone to the photo I'd just taken. Alina in my wedding dress with Kylan. The image blurred as tears filled my eyes. Then something inside me hardened. The tears stopped. I zoomed in on their smiling faces one more time before saving the image to a folder I created and named Evidence. Tomorrow wasn't going to be my wedding day after all. It would be the first day of making them pay. I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Alina in my wedding dress, Kylan's hands on her waist. Their laughter echoed in my ears, drowning out the sound of the waves crashing outside my window. By dawn, I'd moved from shock to something darker, something that burned in my chest and cleared my head. I picked up my phone and texted Alina, "Hey, having pre-wedding jitters. Can you come over early? Need my best friend." Her response came immediately. "Of course. OMG, totally normal. Be there in 30 with coffee and bagels. Love you." Love you. The casual lie made my fingers tighten around my phone until my knuckles turned white. While waiting, I pulled up the recording again, listening to their voices plan my humiliation. I'd always thought Alina's laughter was warm, like summer sunshine. Now it sounded brittle and cold. The doorbell rang exactly 30 minutes later. I checked my face in the mirror, eyes clear, expression neutral. I could do this. There's my beautiful bride. Alina burst through the door in a cloud of expensive perfume, balancing a coffee tray and paper bag. Her dark hair was pulled into a messy bun, her smile wide and seemingly genuine. I got your favorite, cinnamon bagel with extra cream cheese. I accepted the coffee she thrust toward me. Thanks. So, talk to me. She plopped onto my couch, kicking off her sandals. Cold feet? Second thoughts? Whatever it is, it's totally normal. I sat across from her, studying the face I'd trusted for nearly a decade. Actually, I had an interesting night. Oh? She bit into her bagel, cream cheese catching at the corner of her mouth. I went for a walk on the beach, ended up near Pelican's Rest. Her chewing slowed slightly, but her expression remained curious. The night before your wedding? Getting nostalgic about your engagement party? I saw something interesting at the dock. I kept my voice light, conversational. Kylan's boat was there. Alina dabbed at her mouth with a napkin. Was it? He told me he was having drinks with his groomsmen last night. That's what he told me too. I smiled, feeling my face stretch unnaturally. But he wasn't with his groomsmen, was he, Alina? A flicker of something, worry, calculation, crossed her face before she laughed. What are you talking about? I pulled out my phone, found the photo, and slid it across the coffee table. You look beautiful in my wedding dress. The color drained from her face as she stared at the image. For a moment, the only sound was the ticking of the clock on my wall and the distant call of seagulls outside. Daisy, I can explain. Can you? Please do. I leaned forward. Explain why my maid of honor is trying on my wedding dress with my fiancé the night before my wedding. It's not what it looks like. Really? Because it looks exactly like what it is. I played the recording, watching her face crumple as her own voice filled the room. Perfect Daisy with her perfect life that should have been mine. When it ended, Alina's eyes were wet with tears. I never meant to hurt you. Bullshit. The word came out sharp, cutting through her performance. You've been sleeping with him for months, planning this behind my back. He loved me first, you know. Her voice hardened, tears vanishing like they'd never been there. In college, before he ever met you. This was new information, a knife twist I hadn't expected. What? We dated for 2 years. Then he met you at that charity gala your father hosted, and suddenly I wasn't good enough anymore. Her laugh was bitter. Daisy Moore, with her family connections and trust fund. How could I compete with that? So this is revenge? Sleeping with my fiancé because you're still bitter about a college breakup? It's justice. Alina stood, abandoning all pretense of remorse. He was mine first, and he still loves me. He's only marrying you for your father's company. And what's your excuse for betraying me? I've been nothing but a friend to you. A friend? She laughed, the sound like breaking glass. You've spent years showing off everything I couldn't have. Your perfect apartment, your perfect job that Daddy got you, your perfect fiancé. I got you a job at my father's company when you couldn't find work anywhere else, I said, disbelief coloring my voice. I let you stay in my guest room for 6 months when you couldn't afford rent. And I had to thank you for your charity every single day. Her eyes flashed. Do you have any idea what that feels like? To be grateful for the scraps from your perfect life? I stared at her, this stranger wearing my best friend's face. Get out. The wedding's still happening, Daisy. She gathered her purse, her movements precise and controlled. Kylan needs your father's business, and I need Kylan. If you think I'm going through with this wedding, you will if you don't want your father's company to collapse. She smiled, all teeth. Kylan's already moved most of your father's assets into accounts only he can access. Pull out of the wedding, and Daddy loses everything. My blood ran cold. You're lying. Ask him yourself. She walked to the door, then turned back. It should have been me, Daisy. It should have been us, and now it will be. The door closed behind her with a soft click that somehow sounded like the end of the world. I sat frozen, my untouched coffee growing cold in my hands. The wedding was in 6 hours. My father's company, his life's work, was apparently in jeopardy, and the two people I trusted most had orchestrated it all. My phone buzzed with a text from Kylan. "Morning, beautiful. Can't wait to make you my wife today." I stared at his message, rage crystallizing into something cold and clear inside me. They thought they had won. They thought they knew what I would do. They had no idea what I was capable of. I stared at Kylan's text until my screen went dark. 6 hours until I was supposed to walk down the aisle. 6 hours to figure out if Alina was bluffing about my father's company. I called Dad, my heart pounding as the phone rang. "There's my girl." His voice was cheerful. "Nervous about the big day?" "Dad, I need to ask you something important." I kept my voice steady. "Has Kylan been handling any of the company finances lately?" A pause. "Well, yes. We've been integrating our systems in preparation for the merger. Why do you ask?" "How much access does he have?" "Daisy, what's going on? You sound strange." I closed my eyes. "Dad, I need you to check your accounts. Right now. I'm in the car on my way to the venue. I can't. Please, it's important." I heard rustling, then the sound of his fingers tapping on his phone. The silence stretched until I thought I might scream. "That's odd," he finally said. "I can't access the main operating account or the reserve fund." My stomach dropped. "What about the investment portfolio?" More tapping. "No, that's locked. Says I need additional authorization." His voice sharpened. "Daisy, what's happening?" "The wedding's off, Dad. Kylan's been cheating with Alina. They planned this whole thing to get control of your company." "That's ridiculous. Kylan wouldn't." "I have proof. Photos, recordings. They've been laughing behind our backs for months." Another long silence. Then, "Come to my office, now." Dad's office was on the 20th floor of a glass tower overlooking the ocean. By the time I arrived, he'd assembled an emergency team of lawyers and financial advisors. Their expressions told me everything I needed to know. "It's bad," Dad said, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "Kylan's moved nearly everything offshore. We're locked out of our own accounts. Can we stop him?" "Not without his passwords and authentication. The merger paperwork gave him full access." Dad rubbed his face. "I trusted him, Daisy. We all did." The weight of it crushed me. This wasn't just about my broken heart anymore. My father's life's work, the company he'd built from nothing, was being stolen. "We need to confront him," I said, "before the wedding." "And say what?" One of the lawyers looked up. "Legally, he hasn't done anything wrong yet. The transfers were authorized under the merger agreement." "But once you're married," another added, "his position becomes even stronger. As your husband, he'd have claims to any family assets." I felt sick. "So we need to stop the wedding without letting him know we're onto him." Dad nodded slowly. "We need time to track the money and lock him out of the systems." "How long?" "At least 48 hours. I checked my watch. 4 hours until the ceremony. "Not enough time. Unless," Dad looked at me, an idea forming, "unless the bride doesn't show up." The plan was simple. I would disappear. No bride, no wedding. It would buy us time to trace the money and build a legal case against Kylan. I left Dad's office with a burner phone and instructions to stay hidden. No credit cards, no social media, no contact with anyone who might inadvertently reveal my location. But first, I needed to get something from my apartment. I was shoving clothes into a backpack when my doorbell rang. My heart jumped to my throat. Kylan? Alina? I peered through the peephole to see Zachary, one of our mutual friends, shifting nervously from foot to foot. I opened the door. Zach, what are you doing here? Checking on you. His eyes scanned my face. You haven't been answering your phone, and Kylan's freaking out. The wedding's in 3 hours. I'd forgotten about Zach. He'd been friends with both Kylan and me since college, always the reliable one, the voice of reason. I'm not going through with it, I said. His eyebrows shot up. What? Why? I hesitated. Zach was Kylan's friend first. Could I trust him? Daisy, what's going on? You look terrible. Thanks a lot. You know what I mean. He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Talk to me. Maybe it was exhaustion, or maybe I just needed someone to confide in who wasn't directly involved. But I found myself telling him everything: the betrayal, the recordings, the financial scheme. When I finished, Zach was silent, his expression unreadable. You don't believe me, I said flatly. No, I believe you. He ran a hand through his hair. I suspected something was off with them, but I never thought it was this bad. You suspected? He wouldn't meet my eyes. I saw them together a few times. Nothing concrete, just moments. The way they looked at each other when they thought no one was watching. Anger flared in my chest. And you didn't think to tell me? I wasn't sure, and Kylan always had explanations. They were planning your surprise birthday party or discussing wedding details. He looked miserable. I wanted to believe him. Well, now you know the truth. I zipped up my backpack. I'm leaving town for a few days. Don't tell anyone you saw me. Where are you going? Better you don't know. Zach caught my arm as I moved toward the door. Wait, I want to help. How? I work in IT, remember? If Kylan's moved money around, he's left digital footprints. I could trace them faster than any lawyer. I studied his face, looking for any sign of deception. Why would you help me instead of him? You've been friends longer. Because, Zach said quietly, some of us actually care about you, Daisy. Not what you can do for us, or what we can take from you. Just you. Something shifted inside me. Not trust exactly, but possibility. A potential ally when I needed one most. Okay, I said, but we do this my way. Zach and I holed up in a small beach motel 30 miles down the coast. The kind of place that still used actual keys and didn't ask questions when you paid in cash. The wedding hour came and went as we huddled over his laptop, tracking digital breadcrumbs through offshore accounts and shell companies. My phone had been buzzing nonstop. Kylan, my mother, bridesmaids, the wedding planner. I'd turned it off after sending Dad a text from my burner phone to let him know I was safe. You realize you're technically a runaway bride, Zach said, not looking up from his screen. There are probably 100 people at that venue right now wondering what happened to you. Let them wonder. I paced the small room, unable to sit still. Any progress? Some. Kylan's good, but he's not as clever as he thinks. Zach's fingers flew across the keyboard. He's been moving money through a series of accounts in the Caymans, but I've tracked most of the transfers. Can we reverse them? Not without access to his authentication codes. He rubbed his eyes. But we can prove what he did. That's something. My burner phone rang. Dad's number. What's happening? I asked without preamble. Chaos. Dad sounded exhausted. Kylan's telling everyone you had cold feet. Your mother's beside herself. I'm sorry about Mom, but this was the only way. I know, he sighed. But Daisy, Kylan's making moves. He's called an emergency board meeting for Monday morning. Says he needs to stabilize the company in light of our family crisis. He can't do that without you. He can if he has enough board support, and he's been courting my board members for months. My stomach dropped. How bad is it? If he convinces them to vote with him, I could be out by Monday afternoon. I looked at Zach, who was watching me with concern. We need more time. We don't have it. He's moving faster than we anticipated. After hanging up, I explained the situation to Zach. So, we have less than 48 hours to stop him from taking over your dad's company, he summarized. We need to change tactics. What do you suggest? We need inside information, someone close to Kylan or Alina who might know their plans. I thought for a moment. Georgia, she's Alina's friend from work. They've gotten close lately. Can you trust her? I don't know, but she might know something useful. I used the burner phone to call Georgia, putting it on speaker so Zach could hear. Hello? Georgia sounded wary. It's Daisy. Don't tell anyone I called you. Oh my God, Daisy, where are you? Everyone's looking for you. I know what Kylan and Alina have been doing, I said, cutting to the chase. I need your help. Silence then. What do you mean? They've been having an affair, planning to take over my father's company. I have proof. Another long pause. I didn't know about the company part. My breath caught. But you knew about the affair? Alina told me a few weeks ago. Her voice was small. I wanted to warn you, but she said it was complicated, that you wouldn't understand. Understand what? That my fiancé and best friend were betraying me? That they have history. They were together before you came along. Alina always felt like you stole him. That doesn't justify what they did. I know. Georgia sounded miserable. I should have told you. I'm sorry. I swallowed my anger. Getting mad at Georgia wouldn't help. I need to know what they're planning now. Have you heard anything? Alina's staying at Kylan's place. She mentioned something about a board meeting on Monday. Said by next week, they'd be set for life. Anything else? Any details about how they're convincing the board members? No, but... She hesitated. Alina has a laptop she never lets out of her sight. She's been working on something she calls the presentation. Says it's going to change everything. I looked at Zach, who nodded encouragingly. Georgia, I need a huge favor. I need you to get me that laptop. What? I can't just steal? You don't have to steal it. Just get me access for an hour. That's all I need. Daisy, I don't know. You said you're sorry you didn't warn me. This is your chance to make it right. After some negotiation, Georgia agreed to invite Alina for brunch the next day. She'd accidentally spill something on Alina, forcing her to clean up in the bathroom. That would give us a window to access the laptop. After hanging up, Zach looked concerned. You're putting a lot of trust in Georgia. Do we have a choice? What if it's a trap? What if she tells Alina? I hadn't considered that. You think she would? I think Alina's manipulative, and Georgia already kept their secret once. The thought made my skin crawl. I'd been betrayed by the two people I trusted most. What was to stop it from happening again? We need a backup plan, I said. Zach nodded. I might have an idea, but you're not gonna like it. Try me. We need to talk to Sylvia. My heart sank. Sylvia was my mentor at work, but she was also on my father's board of directors, and she'd been the one who introduced me to Kylan in the first place. She's too close to this, I argued, and she thinks Kylan walks on water. Exactly. If anyone knows what he's planning with the board, it's her. Zach closed his laptop. Plus, if we can convince her he's not who she thinks he is, we might sway a crucial board vote. And if we can't convince her, if she warns him we're on to him, then we've lost nothing. He already knows you figured out the affair. He doesn't know we're tracking the money. I stared out the window at the darkening sky. The thought of facing Sylvia, of seeing the disappointment in her eyes when I told her I'd run out on my own wedding made me feel sick. But Zach was right. We needed allies. Okay, I said finally. We'll talk to Sylvia, but first, let's see what's on Alina's laptop. Zach nodded, but his expression remained troubled. Just be prepared. Whatever they're planning for that board meeting, it's big, and they've been working on it for months. What do you think it is? I don't know, he met my eyes, but I think we're still missing something important. Something that would explain why they're so confident they'll win. The knot in my stomach tightened. He was right. Despite everything we'd uncovered, it felt like we were still only seeing part of the picture. And time was running out. The next morning, I sat in Georgia's car outside the trendy cafe where she'd arranged to meet Alina. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. You sure you can do this? Zach asked from the driver's seat. No. I pulled the baseball cap lower over my eyes. But what choice do we have? My phone buzzed with a text from Georgia. She's here, brought the laptop, sitting on the patio. I peered through the windshield. There she was, Alina, sipping a mimosa, her laptop bag resting against her chair. She looked completely at ease, like she hadn't destroyed my life 2 days ago. Remember the plan, Zach said. Georgia spills her drink. Alina goes to clean up. You grab the laptop. I copy the files. You return it before she comes back. And if she catches me? He handed me a USB drive. Then get this into her laptop for at least 30 seconds. It'll download everything automatically. Georgia's signal came 10 minutes later, a casual adjustment of her sunglasses. I watched as she gesticulated wildly during a story, then accidentally knocked over her mimosa, splashing Alina's white blouse. Alina jumped up, visibly annoyed. Georgia's apologies were profuse as she guided Alina toward the restrooms inside. Now, Zach said. I moved quickly across the patio, heart hammering. The laptop bag was right where Alina had left it. I grabbed it and hurried back to the car, sliding into the back seat. Hurry, I urged as Zach took the laptop and connected it to his equipment. It's password protected, he muttered. Try her birthday. Already did, and yours, and Kylan's. I thought for a moment. Try it should bend me. All one word. Zach typed it in. The screen unlocked. How did you know? It's what she kept saying, that it should have been her. The words still stung. Zach worked quickly, copying files while I kept watch. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. What's taking so long? I hissed. There's a lot here. Financial reports, presentations, emails. He stopped suddenly. Oh shit. What? These aren't just company files. There's a folder labeled insurance. It's full of photos. He turned the screen so I could see. My breath caught. Photos of my father, meeting with people I didn't recognize, exchanging envelopes, shaking hands in dimly lit restaurants. What is this? I don't know, but it looks like... Zach hesitated. Like what? Like blackmail material. He scrolled through more images. There are financial documents too. Transfers to offshore accounts. Meetings with people who look like they might be not entirely legitimate business partners. My mind raced. Dad had always been meticulous, ethical to a fault. This has to be fake. They're setting him up. Maybe, or maybe... A text from Georgia interrupted. She's coming back. Hurry. We need to go, now. I grabbed the laptop, shoving it back in its bag. Wait, I'm not finished. No time. I was already out of the car, rushing back to the patio. I placed the bag exactly where it had been and ducked behind a large planter just as Alina emerged from the cafe. I held my breath as she returned to her seat, checking her bag. She frowned slightly, unzipping it to look inside. Had she noticed something? But then Georgia distracted her with more apologies about the spill, and the moment passed. I slipped away, my mind reeling from what we'd seen. Back at the motel, Zach analyzed what he'd managed to download. "It's worse than we thought," he said finally. "They're planning to present this evidence to the board tomorrow. According to these notes, they'll claim your father has been embezzling funds and making deals with known criminals. That's ridiculous. Dad would never—" "There's pretty compelling evidence here, Daisy." Zach's voice was gentle. "Bank transfers, meetings, communications. It has to be fake. Some of it might be, but," he hesitated, "some of these documents have authentication codes that would be nearly impossible to forge." I felt sick. "So, what are you saying?" "I'm saying we need to talk to your father. Now." Dad agreed to meet us at a quiet diner off the highway. When he arrived, he looked like he'd aged years in days. "You shouldn't be here," he said, sliding into the booth. "Kylan has people looking for you." "We found something," I said, pushing Zach's laptop toward him, "on Alina's computer." Dad's face remained impassive as he scrolled through the files. Too impassive. "Dad?" My voice cracked. "Tell me this isn't real." He closed the laptop slowly. "It's complicated, Daisy." "That's not a denial." He sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 55 years. "When your mother got sick, the medical bills were substantial. Insurance wouldn't cover the experimental treatments. I had to find the money somewhere." The world tilted beneath me. "So you, what, embezzled? Made deals with criminals?" "I did what I had to do to save her life." His eyes met mine, challenging. "And I'd do it again." "Does Mom know?" "No, and she can't find out. The stress could trigger a relapse." I sat back, stunned. The father I thought I knew, honest, principled, law-abiding, had been a fiction. "How did Kylan find out?" Zach asked. "I don't know. I was careful." Dad rubbed his face. "But he's been looking for leverage since he joined the company. He must have hired someone to dig into my past. And now he's going to use it to take control of the company," I said. "Yes, with these documents, he can force me out and convince the board to appoint him as CEO." Dad looked defeated. "I'll be lucky if I don't end up in prison." The weight of it crushed me. This wasn't just about my broken heart or betrayal anymore. My father could go to jail. My mother could relapse. The company that supported hundreds of employees could collapse. And it was all tangled up with my relationship with Kylan, a relationship I now realized I'd never fully understood. "There has to be something we can do," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. Dad shook his head. "The board meeting is tomorrow morning. Kylan has the evidence. It's over." "No." I straightened my shoulders. "It's not over, not yet." "Daisy, you did what you did to save Mom. I understand that, but I'm not going to let Kylan and Alina destroy our family." I looked at Zach, who nodded slightly. "We still have one card to play." "What's that?" Dad asked. "Sylvia." I pulled out my phone. "She introduced me to Kylan. She's been his mentor. If anyone can get through to him, or at least buy us time with the board, it's her." "And if she sides with him?" Dad's voice was quiet. I met his eyes. "Then we fight, whatever it takes." As I dialed Sylvia's number, I felt something shift inside me. A hardening, a resolve. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about survival, and I was just getting started. Sylvia agreed to meet us at her beach house that evening. As we drove along the coast, storm clouds gathered on the horizon, matching my darkening mood. "What if she doesn't believe us?" I asked Zach, watching lightning flicker over the ocean. "She will. The evidence is clear." "The evidence also shows my father breaking the law." Zach glanced at me. "You're having second thoughts." "I'm wondering if I'm making everything worse." I pressed my forehead against the cool window. Maybe I should have just confronted Kylan at the altar, made a scene, let everyone know what he and Alina did. And then what? Your dad still goes down. The company still collapses. At least it would have been honest. Honest doesn't always mean right. Zach's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Sometimes the people who hurt us don't deserve honesty. They deserve whatever keeps them from hurting others. Something in his voice made me look at him more closely. You sound like you're speaking from experience. He was quiet for so long I thought he wouldn't answer. My sister, he finally said. Her husband was not a good man. She tried being honest, confronting him, couples therapy, the works. He just got better at hiding who he really was. In the end, she had to play his game to get out safely. I didn't know you had a sister. There's a lot you don't know about me, Daisy. His smile was sad. We've all been playing roles for a long time. The implications of that statement hung between us as we pulled up to Sylvia's elegant beach house. Sylvia Hamilton had been my mentor since I joined my father's company 5 years ago. At 55, she commanded every room she entered with her silver-streaked dark hair and penetrating gaze. She'd taken me under her wing, taught me to navigate the male-dominated business world, and eventually introduced me to Kylan at a charity gala. Now she stood in her living room, arms crossed, as we laid out everything: the affair, the financial schemes, the blackmail material. I knew something was wrong when you didn't show up for the wedding, she said when we finished. But this is beyond anything I imagined. Do you believe us? I asked. She walked to the window, watching the storm that was now breaking over the beach. Kylan has been like a son to me. I've mentored him for years, opened doors for him. She turned back to face us. But yes, I believe you. Relief washed over me. Will you help us? That depends on what you're asking. We need to stop tomorrow's board meeting, Zach explained. Or at least delay Kylan's presentation until we can figure out a counter strategy. Sylvia's expression hardened. You realize what you're asking? If your father's activities come to light, I'm implicated too. As a board member, I had a fiduciary duty to prevent exactly this kind of behavior. You didn't know, I said. Ignorance isn't a defense in corporate governance. She sighed. I could lose everything: my reputation, my position, possibly face legal charges myself. I hadn't considered that. In my focus on saving my family, I'd overlooked how this scandal could destroy others. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't think. No, you didn't. Her words were sharp but not unkind. But that's why you need me, because I understand what's really at stake here. She walked to a cabinet and pulled out a bottle of scotch, pouring 3 glasses. Tomorrow's meeting isn't just about your father's actions or Kylan's ambitions. It's about the future of a company that employs hundreds of people. People with families, mortgages, children in college. I accepted the glass she offered, the amber liquid burning my throat as I took a sip. So, what do? We need leverage, Sylvia said. Something on Kylan that's worse than what he has on your father. We've been looking, Zach said, but he's careful. Everyone has secrets. Sylvia's eyes narrowed, and I think I might know where to start looking. She walked to her desk and pulled out a file. 3 years ago, before Kylan joined your father's company, he worked for Meridian Investments. They let him go suddenly, with no explanation. It was all very quiet. No announcement, no farewell party. He was just gone. You think he did something illegal there too? I asked. I don't know, but it's worth investigating. She handed the file to Zach. These are my notes from when I vetted him before recommending him to your father. Contact information for his former colleagues, dates of employment, projects he worked on. Zach flipped through the pages. This is good, really good. But the meeting's at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's less than 12 hours to dig up something substantial. Then we'd better get started. Sylvia picked up her phone. I still have contacts at Meridian. Let me make some calls. As she stepped into another room, I turned to Zach. Do you think this will work? It's a long shot, he admitted, but it's all we've got. My phone buzzed with a text. Georgia. Alina knows someone accessed her laptop. She's freaking out, asking if I saw anyone suspicious at the cafe. I showed Zach the message. They know we're on to them. It was bound to happen. He ran a hand through his hair. We just need to work faster. Another text came through, this time from an unknown number. I know what you're doing, Daisy. Stop now, or I release everything I have on your father. You have 1 hour to respond. K. My blood ran cold. Kylan's threatening me. Zach read the message over my shoulder. He's bluffing. If he releases that information publicly, he loses his leverage with the board. Unless he has something else planned. I paced the room, my mind racing. What if the board meeting is just for show? What if he's already made deals with enough members to secure his position? Before Zach could respond, Sylvia returned, her expression grim. I just got off the phone with Meridian's former HR director, she said. She couldn't tell me much officially, but she suggested I look into a client complaint filed right before Kylan left, something about unauthorized trading in a client's account. Can we get a copy of that complaint? Zach asked. Not through official channels, but... Sylvia hesitated. I know someone who might have access to their internal records, someone who owes me a favor. How long will that take? A few hours, if we're lucky. She checked her watch. It's 8 p.m. now. We should have something by midnight. My phone buzzed again. Time's running out, Daisy. One last chance to walk away. After tonight, there's no turning back for any of us. I looked up at Sylvia and Zach, their faces illuminated by lightning flashing through the windows. The storm had arrived in full force now, rain lashing against the glass. Tell your contact we need those records, I said to Sylvia, my voice steadier than I felt. And Zach, keep digging through what we have. There has to be something we've missed. What are you going to do? Zach asked. I stared at Kylan's message, a plan forming in my mind. I'm going to buy us time, the only way I know how. I typed a response. Meet me, just you, no Alina, the lighthouse point, 10 p.m. His reply came instantly. Come alone or the deal's off. Daisy, no, Zach said, reading over my shoulder. It's too dangerous. It's our only chance. I met his worried gaze. I need to keep him distracted while you and Sylvia find what we need. At least let me come with you. I can wait nearby. I shook my head. He'll be watching. If he sees you, he'll leave. Then wear a wire, Sylvia suggested. I have equipment here from a corporate espionage case last year. You have surveillance equipment just lying around? Zach asked incredulously. Sylvia's smile was thin. In my world, it pays to be prepared. As they set up the wire, I stared out at the raging storm. In a few hours, I'd be face to face with the man who'd betrayed me, threatened my family, and nearly destroyed everything I cared about. And I had absolutely no idea what I was going to say to him. The lighthouse stood stark against the stormy sky, its beam cutting through sheets of rain. I parked at the base of the rocky point and checked the wire Sylvia had taped to my skin. The small receiver was tucked into my bra, nearly invisible under my rain jacket. Testing, testing, I whispered. Can you hear me? Zach's voice came through the tiny earpiece. Loud and clear, we're parked half a mile back, monitoring everything. If anything feels wrong, you get out of there, Sylvia added. We have enough to at least delay the board meeting. Your safety matters more. I wasn't sure that was true anymore, not with so much at stake. I'll be fine. Just keep digging into those Meridian records. The rain pounded against my hood as I made my way up the narrow path to the lighthouse. Lightning flashed, illuminating a familiar silhouette waiting on the observation deck. Kylan. My heart hammered against my ribs. 3 days ago, I'd been preparing to marry this man. Now I was wearing a wire to gather evidence against him. He turned as I approached, his face half hidden in shadow. "You came alone." As promised, I kept my distance, painfully aware of the sheer drop to the rocks and churning water below. "You wanted to talk, so talk." "Where have you been, Daisy? Everyone's been worried sick." "Worried?" I laughed, the sound harsh even to my own ears. "Is that what we're calling it? You and Alina seemed to recover from your disappointment pretty quickly." His expression hardened. "So you know." "I know everything. The affair, the financial schemes, the blackmail material on my father." I stepped closer, rain streaming down my face. "What I don't know is why. Was any of it real, Kylan? Did you ever actually love me?" Something flickered across his face. Regret, maybe, or just calculation. "It wasn't supposed to happen like this." "Like what? You weren't supposed to get caught?" "I wasn't supposed to hurt you." He ran a hand through his wet hair. "Alina and it's complicated. We have history." "Save it. I'm not interested in your excuses." I crossed my arms. "What do you want from me?" "I want you to stop whatever you're planning. Call off your father's lawyers. Stop digging into my past." He stepped closer. "The board meeting happens tomorrow no matter what, but it doesn't have to destroy your family." "What are you offering?" "A compromise. I take over as CEO, but your father stays on as chairman emeritus. No criminal charges, no public scandal. He keeps his reputation. Your mother never learns the truth, and the company survives." "And what do you get?" "What I've earned. Control of the company. The merger completed on my terms." His eyes met mine. "And you leave town, permanently." I stared at him, searching for any trace of the man I thought I'd known. "Why should I trust you?" "Because despite everything, I did care for you, Daisy. Maybe not the way you deserved, but enough to offer you this way out." "And if I refuse?" His expression hardened. "Then I release everything. Your father goes to prison. Your mother learns her treatments were paid for with dirty money, and the company collapses. Hundreds of people lose their jobs, all because you couldn't let go of your pride." The earpiece crackled. Zach's voice, urgent. "Daisy, we found something. Meridian fired Kylan for embezzlement. He stole from client accounts, then covered it up. We have the internal investigation files." My pulse quickened, but I kept my expression neutral. "What about Alina? Where does she fit in your grand plan?" Kylan's laugh was bitter. "Alina's useful, ambitious. She knows things about me that could be problematic, and I know things about her." "So it's mutual blackmail? How romantic." "It's business." He stepped closer, his voice softening. "It was always business, Daisy. That's something you never understood. In this world, everyone uses everyone. The only question is whether you're smart enough to come out on top." "Like you used me to get to my father's company?" "Yes. No hesitation, no shame. And I'd do it again." The raw honesty stunned me. This was the real Kylan, calculating, remorseless, seeing people as pieces on a chessboard. "Sylvia," Zach's voice again in my ear. "She's got something else. A recording of Kylan admitting to the Meridian theft. She's sending it to the board members now." I needed to keep Kylan talking. "What happens to the company after you take over? To the employees?" "Restructuring, downsizing, the usual." He shrugged. "The valuable parts will survive. The rest? Business is business." Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating his face fully. For the first time, I saw him clearly. Not the charming man I'd fallen for, but the predator beneath. "So what's it gonna be, Daisy? Do we have a deal?" My phone buzzed. A text from Sylvia. "It's done. Board members have the Meridian evidence. Emergency meeting called for 7 a.m. to discuss Kylan's removal. Keep him talking. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, a strange calm settling over me. You know what I've been asking myself these past few days? Whether I ever really knew you, whether anything between us was real. Does it matter now? It does to me. I stepped closer, close enough to see the raindrops clinging to his eyelashes, because I need to know if I was completely blind or if you're just that good a liar. Something flickered in his eyes, uncertainty perhaps. Daisy? You want my answer? Here it is. I pulled out my phone, showing him the screen with Sylvia's message. The board has the Meridian files. They know you were fired for embezzlement. They're meeting at 7 a.m. to discuss your removal. The color drained from his face. You're bluffing. Am I? Check your email. Sylvia sent everything to the entire board. I smiled, feeling a strange lightness. It's over, Kylan. You lost. He lunged forward, grabbing my arm. What have you done? Let go of me. My voice was steady despite the fear coursing through me. You think this changes anything? I still have the evidence against your father. Release it. Go ahead. I met his gaze without flinching. My father made mistakes trying to save my mother's life. What's your excuse for stealing from your clients? For betraying everyone who trusted you? His grip tightened painfully. You stupid, naive. The board knows everything, Kylan, and right now, Sylvia and Zach are recording this entire conversation. I pulled back my jacket, revealing the wire, including your admission about restructuring the company and your threats against my family. He released me as if burned, staggering back. You set me up. I learned from the best. The rain had soaked through my clothes, but I barely felt it. It's over. Go home. For a moment, I thought he might attack me. His hands clenched into fists, his face contorted with rage. Then, abruptly, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the storm. I stood alone at the lighthouse, rain washing over me, feeling the weight of the past days, the betrayal, the fear, the desperate scramble to save what mattered, begin to lift. It wasn't over yet. There would be fallout, consequences, difficult conversations. But for the first time since finding Alina in my wedding dress, I could breathe. Daisy? Zach's voice in my ear. Are you okay? I looked out at the dark ocean, the storm beginning to break. Yes, I said, I'm coming home. Morning broke clear and bright. The storm washed away as if it had never happened. I sat in the boardroom, my father beside me, as the last of the board members filed in. The tension in the air was thick enough to touch. Are you ready for this? Dad whispered. I nodded, though my stomach churned. After the confrontation at the lighthouse, we'd worked through the night with Sylvia, preparing for this moment. The evidence against Kylan was damning, but my father's actions still hung over us like a sword. The door opened one final time. Kylan walked in, Alina trailing behind him. His eyes met mine briefly before sliding away. He looked polished as ever in his tailored suit, but there was something brittle in his composure. I believe we all know why we're here, Sylvia began, standing at the head of the table. Serious allegations have been made against both our CEO and our CFO in waiting. Murmurs rippled around the table. Kylan leaned forward. If I may, you'll have your chance to speak, Sylvia cut him off. But first, the board deserves to hear everything. For the next 20 minutes, she methodically laid out the evidence. Kylan's embezzlement at Meridian, his manipulation of company funds, his recorded threats. With each revelation, his face grew paler. When she finished, he stood. These accusations are outrageous. Yes, I left Meridian under difficult circumstances, but those records have been manipulated. He turned to the board members. What you should be focusing on is this. He slid folders across the table. Evidence of Robert Moore's illegal activities that put this entire company at risk. My father stiffened beside me. This was the moment we'd been dreading. "Mr. Montgomery," one of the board members said, "are you suggesting we ignore your misconduct because of allegations against Mr. Moore?" "I'm suggesting you look at the bigger picture," Kylan replied smoothly. "Who do you want leading this company? Someone who made a youthful mistake, or someone who has been systematically breaking the law for years?" The room fell silent. I felt the weight of every gaze, the judgment in their eyes. This was the moment everything could fall apart. I stood up. "Ms. Moore," Sylvia said, "you don't have to—" "Yes, I do." I looked around the table, meeting each person's eyes. My father broke the law. He made choices that put this company at risk. There's no denying that. Kylan's triumphant smile made my blood boil. "But there's something you should know about those choices." I opened my own folder, passing documents around the table. 5 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer. Her treatment wasn't covered by insurance. These are her medical records, the experimental treatment protocols, and the bills. I watched as they flipped through the pages, their expressions shifting from suspicion to something softer. My father did what he did to save my mother's life. Was it right? No. Was it legal? Definitely not. I took a deep breath. But it was done out of love, not greed, and every penny has been paid back to the company with interest. Murmurs of surprise circled the table. This was the card we'd played. My father had spent the night transferring his personal assets to repay everything he'd taken. In contrast, I continued, Mr. Montgomery's actions at Meridian and here were motivated solely by personal gain. He stole from clients. He manipulated company funds. He attempted to seize control through blackmail and threats. Kylan stood abruptly. "This is absurd. You're trying to play on their sympathies with a sob story." "No, I'm telling the truth. Something you might try sometime." I turned back to the board. My father is prepared to step down as CEO. He accepts responsibility for his actions. But before you decide the company's future, you should know exactly who's asking for your trust. I nodded to Sylvia, who pressed a button on her laptop. Alina's voice filled the room. "I don't care about the company. Once we have control, we can strip the assets, sell off the divisions, and be done with it. The board are all idiots anyway." Then Kylan's voice, "Patience, Alina. First we get control, then we dismantle it piece by piece. The real money's in the liquidation." The recording ended. Alina had gone pale. Kylan looked like he might be sick. "Where did you get that?" he demanded. Georgia stood up from her seat in the corner. "From me. I recorded it at your apartment last night." She looked at me. "I'm sorry, Daisy, for not telling you sooner, for being part of this." I nodded, accepting her apology without words. The board's decision was unanimous. Kylan and Alina were escorted from the building by security. My father resigned as CEO, but was allowed to retain a position as advisor to help with the transition. Sylvia was named interim CEO. As we left the boardroom, Dad squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry, Daisy, for everything." "I know." The anger I'd felt toward him hadn't disappeared, but it had softened. "We'll figure it out." In the lobby, Zach waited, concern etched on his face. "How did it go?" "It's over," I said. "All of it. What happens now?" I looked out the glass doors to the bright morning beyond. "I don't know. For the first time in my life, I don't have a plan." "Sounds terrifying," he said with a small smile. "Actually, it feels like freedom." We walked outside together, the sun warm on my face. I stopped at the bottom of the steps, turning to look back at the building that had been the center of so much pain and betrayal. "You know," Zach said quietly, Most people would be destroyed by what you've been through. Maybe the old Daisy would have been. I turned away from the building, away from the past, but I'm not her anymore. The realization hit me with surprising force. The woman who had stood on the beach with her wedding dress, trusting blindly, believing in fairy tales, she was gone. In her place stood someone stronger, someone who had looked betrayal in the face and survived. No, Zach agreed. You're not. We walked toward the parking lot together, neither of us speaking. There would be time later for decisions, for figuring out what came next. For now, it was enough to feel the sun on my skin and know that I had fought for myself and won. Daisy, Zach said as we reached his car, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. I looked at him, really looked at him, perhaps for the first time. The friend who had stood by me, who had believed in me when everything was falling apart. I think, I said, cutting him off with a smile, that whatever it is can wait for coffee. I'm buying. His answering smile was like sunrise. Deal. As we drove away, I didn't look back. The past had taken enough from me already. The future, uncertain, unwritten, mine to shape, was waiting.